Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Black Robe, starting with a seductive female version of Homelander. Part 1. Early autumn in New York always carries a hint of stifling humidity. Shu Jae, carrying two plastic bags filled with fresh groceries, had just walked out of a Chinese supermarket in Queens. The streets were bustling with traffic, and the noisy advertisements playing on giant LED screens in Times Square could be heard in the distance. He looked up, his gaze passing over the bustling street scene and landing on the giant poster that occupied half the building. The poster featured a blonde, blue-eyed woman with a stunning figure. She was wearing a red and blue skin-tight stars and stripes suit, draped in a stars and stripes cape, looking directly into the camera with a reassuring, American sweetheart smile. Below the poster was a highly provocative slogan, Bot International, bringing you the ultimate protector Homelander. Shu Jae withdrew his gaze expressionlessly. Having lived in this world for 20 whole years, he knew better than anyone what kind of bone-chilling madness was hidden behind that perfect smile. This was a world controlled by Bot International, where every superhero was merely scum packaged by capital. And the female Homelander, Joanne, worshipped as a god by hundreds of millions around the world on that poster, was the most dangerous giant infant on the planet. As a transmigrator who retained memories of his past life, Shu Jae had known since childhood that he was in the desperate universe of the boys. Facing such a hellish start where the ground was covered with perverted superhuman beings, he had no delusions about being a savior. Although he didn't know why Homelander had become a woman, the level of danger had not decreased in the slightest. His parents had left him a considerable inheritance and a well-located apartment, so he naturally became an unremarkable international student at Godolphin University. Don't cause trouble, don't stand out. This was the survival rule he had set for himself. Shu Jae looked down at the pork ribs in his bag, calculating whether to make them sweet and sour or braised tonight. Just as he reached the intersection and was waiting for the traffic light, his gaze inadvertently swept over the display window of an appliance store across the street. There stood a young couple. The skinny young man with brown curly hair was gesturing excitedly, his hands tightly gripping the hands of the blonde girl opposite him. Their eyes were full of longing for the future, and the girl's smile was as bright as sunshine. Shu Jae's gaze paused on the young man's face for 2 seconds, and his heart skipped a beat. Huey Campbell. A sharp sonic boom tore through the air of the entire street without warning. The violent gust of wind, almost tangible, scraped fiercely across Shu Jae's cheeks, blowing away the metal trash cans on the side of the road. The surrounding pedestrians didn't even have time to gasp, instinctively covering their ears and closing their eyes. A blue afterimage, moving at a speed invisible to the naked eye, raced along the asphalt road, crashing straight into the tranquility on the other side of the street. Like a heavy cruise missile flying at full speed, it hit the smiling blonde girl with pinpoint accuracy. The dull sound of flesh shattering was drowned out by the deafening sonic boom, and the thick, nauseating smell of rust mixed with the stench of viscera instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist, filling the entire street corner. Shu Jae stood 50 meters away, his pupils contracting violently. The lively girl was gone. In her place was a spray of blood raining down on the road, the glass window of the appliance store, and Huey's face. Bits of flesh and bone splattered everywhere. Huey remained in his previous posture, his eyes hollow to the extreme. In his hands, there remained only 2 severed arms, cut off at the wrist, still dripping with fresh blood. The blue afterimage stopped a few dozen meters away. It was a black superhero wearing a blue and white skin-tight suit, with iconic goggles on his face. Oh, I can't stop. I really can't stop. A-Train muttered incoherently, his eyes filled with extreme excitement and neurotic panic. Without even leaving a complete apology, accompanied by another piercing sound of breaking the sound barrier, he turned into blue lightning again and disappeared at the end of the street. Shu Jae felt his stomach churning, a wave of intense nausea rushing straight to his head. Even though he had rehearsed the cruelty of this world in his mind countless times, when a living human life was smashed into a cloud of blood mist right before his eyes, the physiological discomfort of facing extraordinary violence was impossible to suppress with reason. His legs felt slightly heavy, and his fingers gripped the plastic bag tightly. The main plot had officially begun. Huey's dark turn, Butcher's revenge, the crazy infighting of the Seven, Vought International's cleanup. This world, so glamorous on the surface, would soon turn into a giant meat grinder of flesh and blood. Sirens approached from the distance, and the surrounding crowd, previously dead silent, finally reacted, erupting into screams of terror and fleeing. Shu Jie took a deep breath of the air, which was thick with the scent of blood, and forcibly suppressed the bile in his throat. He turned and blended into the panicked crowd, walking quickly towards his apartment. The evening breeze of New York blew against him, but Shu Jie couldn't feel any coolness, only a bone-chilling cold. In front of his retinas, a faint, ghostly blue light appeared, extremely abruptly. Shu Jie's footsteps paused imperceptibly, and his breath hitched instantly. Companion cultivation system bound. A simple line of text floated quietly in the center of his vision. Shu Jie swallowed, forcing his facial expression to remain calm, and continued walking forward at a normal pace. The text panel began to change silently, and lines of cold data streams poured down. Core Function 1. When the host makes the companion feel pleasure, positive emotional fluctuation, a random amount of legal funds will be awarded. Core Function 2. When the host engages in life-harmonizing activities with the companion, there is a chance to extract a skill from the companion. Looking at these lines of text, the corners of Shu Jie's eyes couldn't help but twitch slightly. Companion cultivation. And have to make the companion happy. In this crazy world where a living person was just smashed to pieces on the street and public relations teams were needed to clean up the mess, he had awakened a romance simulation system. Did it want him to date those superheroes who were covered in blood and viewed mortals as ants? To coax them into being happy. A slight misstep, and he might turn into a smear of pixels. But after this sense of absurdity, Shu Jie keenly grasped 4 words in the first function: legal funds. No matter how powerful Vought International was, it was essentially a publicly traded company controlled by capitalists. In this country where capital was supreme, as long as one had enough money, enough to buy the entirety of Manhattan, one could smash out a path to survival in this world. The text on the system panel continued to scroll down. Novice gift package distributed. Obtained inherent passive. Steel Body Special Limited Edition. Steel Body Special Limited Edition, effective when the host and companion are on a bed, or during deep physical embraces. While effective, the host is immune to all physical damage caused by the companion due to emotional agitation, loss of power control, etc. Obtained auxiliary ability. Perfect Empathy Radar. Perfect Empathy Radar. The host can accurately perceive the real-time emotional fluctuation value and psychological defense status of targets, high-potential companions, presented with colors and values on the edge of the retina. Obtained passive. Master-level cooking. Novice rewards distributed. The blue transparent panel gradually faded away, and his vision returned to the normal New York street scene. Shu Jie chewed over these 2 novice rewards in his mind, and his tense nerves relaxed slightly. That steel body, which sounded incredibly domineering, had an outrageous special restriction added to it. Clearly, this wasn't for him to become a superhero and save the world, it was purely an anti-crushing protection mechanism. With this passive, he could at least guarantee that when performing the physical contact required by the system, he wouldn't have his spine snapped by some super strong superhuman woman getting too excited. As for the perfect empathy radar, Shu Jie had just walked to the traffic light 1 block away from his apartment. In the upper right corner of his vision, where there had been nothing, a scarlet light spot lit up abruptly. The light spot was like the highest level alert on a radar screen, glaringly red. Even without any sound prompt, Shu Jie could clearly feel a wave of extreme mania from that red dot, as if it were negative emotions ready to burn this city to the ground at any moment. A line of small, pale blue text appeared next to the red dot. Target locked. Joanne. Emotional fluctuation value. Extremely manic, extremely lonely. Psychological defense. On the verge of collapse, extremely dangerous. Shu Jie's feet planted firmly on the spot, his pupils contracting suddenly. The surrounding air seemed to become viscous at this moment, and an indescribable, heavy pressure fell from the sky, pressing down hard on his shoulders. The passers-by around him didn't seem to notice this anomaly, still looking down at their phones or whispering about the tragedy at the other end of the street just now. But all the hairs on Shu Jie's body were standing on end. That feeling was like an enraged ancient beast hovering overhead, looking down at the ants on the ground with cold, cruel eyes. The position shown by the light spot was not in the distance, but directly above the apartment building where he lived. Shu Jie gripped the plastic bag tightly. The indentations from the plastic on his fingertips kept him extremely clear-headed. The existence in the sky exuding the aura of destruction was exactly the sweet smiling American sweetheart he had seen on the big screen 20 minutes ago. Female Homelander. The old elevator emitted a dull metallic grinding sound, and the digital indicator light flickered slowly, floor by floor. Shu Jie stared at the jumping numbers, taking a deep breath, trying hard to fill his somewhat tight lungs with fresh air. He was the only one in the enclosed elevator car. The faint, bloody smell of the pork ribs in the plastic bag crept into his nose, constantly awakening the image of the sky full of blood mist in his mind. The scarlet dot in the upper right corner of his vision was still hovering steadily. Target locked. Joanne. Emotional fluctuation value. Extremely irritable, extremely lonely. As the elevator climbed higher, the position of that red dot on the radar drew closer and closer to him. That invisible sense of oppression was like an unseen mountain, pressing down on his respiratory tract bit by bit. Ding! The 15th floor had arrived. Shu Jie walked out of the elevator, and the sensor light in the corridor turned on in response. He took out his keys, trying to make his movements appear natural and casual. He inserted the key into the lock, turned it, and pushed the door open to enter. The apartment was dim. He closed the door behind him, shutting out the city's clamor and the bloody memories from just a moment ago, and casually pressed the switch on the wall. Warm yellow light poured down, illuminating the spacious living room. This was an inheritance left to him by his parents. It not only had an excellent view but also came with a huge open-air balcony that could overlook the night scene of most of Queens. At the very same second the light came on, the sky outside the window turned completely dark. The weather in New York in early autumn was always like a child's face. A few dull rumbles of thunder exploded deep within the clouds, and bean-sized raindrops began to smash irregularly against the floor-to-ceiling glass, making a faint pattering sound. Shu Jie carried the plastic bag into the open kitchen and took out the pork ribs to put them into the sink. He turned on the faucet, and the cold tap water washed over his hands, also washing away the layer of cold sweat that had seeped from his palms. He lifted his head, his gaze crossing over the kitchen island, looking toward that huge floor-to-ceiling window outside the living room. On the radar interface at the edge of his retina, the scarlet light dot that had originally been stationary at an extreme height moved. It plummeted straight down at a speed that defied physical common sense. Even through the thick soundproof glass, Shu Jie could hear the direction of the wind outside undergoing a bizarre distortion. It was the airflow turbulence caused by some object of extremely massive weight forcibly tearing through the air. The crystal chandelier in the center of the living room, due to some strong electrostatic field interference, emitted a faint, buzzing sound, and the light even flickered twice uncontrollably. Shu Jie turned off the faucet. The sound of running water stopped abruptly. The entire room fell into a suffocating silence. He didn't wipe his hands, letting the water droplets drip from his fingertips into the sink. His gaze was fixed tightly on the direction of the balcony. Outside the window, the rain had become dense. The gale, mixed with rain, drew blurry water streaks on the glass. A pale flash of lightning split the night sky, briefly illuminating the darkness. Outside the balcony railing, a figure appeared without any warning. Her feet were hovering in midair, floating in such a discordant way outside the window on the 15th floor. Her long golden hair was completely soaked by the wind and rain, clinging to her fair cheeks. That iconic red and blue stars and stripes suit looked exceptionally glaring in the night, and the stars and stripes cape behind her snapped in the gale. That was Joanne. The most powerful existence in this world, the most perfect product of Vought International, and the sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of all humanity. At this very moment, this godlike superwoman was staring intensely at Shu Jie on the other side of the glass. Her eyes were no longer the deep, charming azure blue seen on posters, but had lit up with a scarlet glow that seemed capable of melting steel. Extremely high temperature energy was brewing in her eye sockets, and the raindrops around her, upon approaching within a few inches of her face, were instantly evaporated into white water vapor. Shu Jie's heart pounded violently in his chest, and his blood flow suddenly accelerated. As a transmigrator who knew the plot, he knew all too well what those reddened eyes meant. As long as Joanne's emotions lost control by even a millimeter, two high-energy heat vision beams would slice through this layer of fragile glass, and incidentally cut his upper body into two. The steel body gifted during the novice protection period had an extremely ridiculous trigger condition. It would only take effect when on a bed or during a deep physical embrace. Being scanned to death by vision through a pane of glass was definitely not within the scope of protection. Shu Jie forced himself to steady his breathing. If he showed even a trace of panic, screamed, or ran away at this moment, he would immediately become prey in the eyes of this tyrant. He narrowed his eyes slightly, focusing his attention on the data panel at the edge of his retina. Emotional fluctuation value. Extremely irritable, about to overflow, extremely lonely. Psychological defense. Like a rag full of holes. Lonely. Irritable. Shu Jie's brain was operating at high speed on the edge of danger. Why was she here? Perhaps she had just finished a VOD international executive meeting that made her feel nauseous. Perhaps Madeline had pressured her again with that disgusting, hypocritical maternal love, or perhaps she was simply feeling bored, flying aimlessly over New York, and happened to stop outside this balcony that she found slightly more pleasing to the eye. No matter what the reason was, her current state was like a giant infant who had suffered great grievances outside, yet possessed a nuclear bomb button. Everyone treated her as a god, as a cash cow, as the most terrifying weapon. No one treated her as a person. Shu Jie casually grabbed a kitchen paper towel and slowly wiped the water stains off his hands. He took a step, walked around the kitchen island, and headed toward the floor-to-ceiling window. Joanne outside the window tilted her head slightly. The scarlet light brewing in her eye sockets did not weaken. Instead, because of Shu Jie's approach, it became even more intense. It was a gaze full of scrutiny, vigilance, and even a hint of cruelty. She was accustomed to the reactions of mortals when they saw her, either worshipping by kneeling and screaming, or fear that made them lose control of their bowels. But the Asian youth in front of her, wearing gray loungewear, had a steady gait. There was not a trace of awe in his eyes. Shu Jie walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and, separated by a layer of cold glass, met the gaze of those glowing red eyes. The distance between the two was less than a meter. Shu Jie could even clearly see raindrops sliding down Joanne's high, straight nose bridge and hitting her tense jawline. Her flawless face carried a coldness that kept people at a distance and a violence that warned strangers away. Shu Jie took a deep breath. He raised his hand and gripped the metal handle of the floor-to-ceiling window. Click. The slight sound of the lock snapping open should have been imperceptible in the stormy night, but for Joanne, who possessed super hearing, it was like a thunderclap. The glass door was slowly pulled open. The gale, mixed with cold rain, instantly poured into the living room, blowing Shu Jie's bangs into a mess. The warm light from inside the room spilled onto the balcony, also illuminating Joanne's gloomy face a little. The red heat vision was still roiling in her pupils. As long as she lowered her head slightly, Shu Jie's head would explode like a watermelon. Shu Jie looked straight into those highly oppressive eyes. His tone was calm. It's raining quite hard. Shu Jie let go of the handle, turned slightly to the side, and made room for half the doorway. If you aren't planning on snapping my balcony railing, do you want to come in and take shelter from the rain? The sound of the wind and rain seemed to have hit the pause button at this moment. The scarlet glow in Joanne's eyes showed a distinct stagnation. She floated in midair, and on her face, which seemed somewhat neurotic due to long-term suppression, a trace of astonishment and confusion flashed. This mortal, who was so fragile that she could crush him with one hand, was actually complaining that she would snap the balcony railing, and then, inviting her inside to take shelter from the rain. At the edge of his retina, the scarlet emotional fluctuation bar receded downward by a millimeter, extremely slightly. Emotional fluctuation value. Extremely irritable, suspended, astonished, slightly curious. Joanne did not retract her pressure. But in those eyes that seemed ready to shoot lasers at any moment, the red light, under the washing of the rain, incredibly and gradually dimmed, revealing once again that original deep azure blue. The wind howled, carrying raindrops through the open floor-to-ceiling windows and into the living room, soaking the Persian rug near the edge. Joanne's body, which had been floating in midair, slowly descended. As this superwoman, revered as a goddess by countless people, stepped over the window frame and onto the apartment's wooden floor with her rain-slicked combat boots, Shujae felt as if all the air in the room had been sucked dry. She was too close. So close that Shujae could clearly smell the cold, crisp scent of the high altitudes clinging to her, along with an expensive perfume that had been washed over by the rain. He could feel the muscles in his back tightening uncontrollably, every hair on his body standing on end. This biological fear in the face of a top-tier predator was something that his foresight as a transmigrator simply couldn't erase. Joanne didn't look Shujae directly in the eye. Instead, like a lioness patrolling her territory, she looked around the spacious single-story apartment with arrogance. Her gaze traveled from the fabric sofa to the paintings on the wall, and then to the slightly cluttered counter in the open kitchen. Everywhere her gaze swept, Shujae's heart followed, hanging in suspense for fear that some object might not meet this lady's aesthetic and be reduced to ash by a single glance. "Aren't you afraid of me?" Joanne finally spoke. Her voice was pleasant, carrying a habitual sense of superiority, yet deep within her tone was a hidden, barely perceptible trace of irritation and exhaustion. The radar panel in the upper right corner of his vision flashed. Current emotion. Irritated, 60%, helpless, 40%. Psychological defense. High alert. Shujae took a deep breath, forcing his stiff shoulders to relax. He didn't answer the oppressive question. Instead, he turned naturally, walked to a nearby storage cabinet, pulled open a drawer, and took out a dry, pure cotton bath towel. He tossed the towel directly to Joanne. Joanne was slightly taken aback, seemingly not expecting this mortal to dare throw something at her. Her wrist merely flicked, and she caught the white fabric steadily in midair. Shujae pointed at her blonde hair, which was still dripping with water, and said calmly, I'm scared to death. But I'm even more afraid that the water on you will ruin my wooden floors. The solid wood flooring in this apartment is hard to maintain and expensive to repair. Please dry your hair first. The air fell into an eerie silence for 2 seconds. Joanne gripped the soft towel, her azure pupils dilating slightly as she studied the Asian youth in gray loungewear before her. At the top of Vought Tower, those executives in suits, even Madeline, always wore masks of caution and calculation when facing her. Her fanatical followers would only scream and cry, begging for her blessing. Never had anyone righteously demanded she dry her hair because they were worried about the wooden floor molding. The corner of Joanne's mouth twitched, and the violent emotions accumulated from a full day of hypocritical PR and Madeline's perfunctory attitude surged in her chest once more. If I wanted to, I could use 2000 degrees of heat to roast your floors dry along with your bones right now. She took a step forward. Her combat boots made a dull thud against the floor. The powerful aura made Shujae's breath hitch, his chest feeling as if a heavy stone were blocking it. Shujae did not back down. Although the red on the radar was glaring, it hadn't reached the critical threshold for a total outburst. He sensed that Joanne's threat at this moment was more like an injured hedgehog baring its quills to prove its strength. As long as he stroked the fur the right way, it wouldn't trigger an explosion. Yes, of course you could. Shujae nodded frankly and turned around, leaving his defenseless back to this superwoman who could take his life at any moment, and walked straight to the kitchen island. But before you roast my bones, do you want some noodles? The sharpness in Joanne's eyes froze mid-glare because of this sudden, disjointed question. She doubted if something was wrong with her super hearing. Shujae had already clicked on the gas stove, the blue flames licking the bottom of the pan. He took a handful of scallions from the counter and skillfully chopped them into uniform segments. You look like you haven't eaten all day, and I was just about to make a late-night snack, Shujay said without looking back, pouring the chopped scallions into the warm oil. Sizzle. The crisp sound of oil popping echoed in the quiet apartment. A rich, domineering aroma of scallion oil, accompanied by rising white smoke, quickly filled the open kitchen and drifted toward the living room. Joanne stood in place, the anger she had been ready to vent scattered to pieces by this scent of domestic life. She watched the busy figure in the kitchen. He expertly scooped out the scallions once they were fried to a golden brown, then poured in light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, and a small spoonful of sugar, simmering it into a thick, glossy sauce. Next to him, the water in another pot was already boiling, and he evenly scattered dried noodles into the rolling water, which churned with inviting steam. This was a scene of pure, ordinary life. This purity made Joanne, a god, who had grown up in a cold laboratory and was used to being displayed as a perfect product, feel a strong sense of strangeness and disorientation. She irritably rubbed her wet hair a few times with the towel, walked to the bar stool at the kitchen island, pulled out the chair, and sat down. Madeline told me today that my approval rating dropped by 0.2%, Joanne said, resting her chin on one hand, her voice sounding a bit muffled as her blue eyes stared intently at the noodles boiling in the pot. Because during last week's rescue operation, my expression in front of the cameras wasn't approachable enough. Shu Jae's heart stirred, longing for validation, yet locked tight within the constraints of corporate rules. This was the root cause of her being constantly on the verge of an outburst. He didn't follow her lead to criticize Vought International. At a time like this, preaching or echoing her complaints would only seem forced. Not approachable. Shu Jae used chopsticks to lift the cooked noodles out, drained the water, and placed them into a white ceramic bowl. Well, the expression you have now is pretty good. At least you look like a living person, rather than that perfect fake face made with retouching software on those posters. Joanne was stunned. She looked up, staring at Shu Jae in surprise. This was the first time anyone had dared to tell her to her face that her smile was like a fake face made with software. Before she could react, Shu Jae had already decisively poured a spoonful of the simmered scallion oil sauce over the white noodles and pushed it in front of her. Mix it up and eat it while it's hot. The rich, savory fragrance mixed with the unique aroma of scallion oil bored straight into Joanne's nose. Even with her super senses, she felt that this bowl of dark-colored noodles emitted an irresistible temptation. Joanne picked up the chopsticks. Her movements were clumsy as she barely managed to lift a mouthful of noodles into her mouth. Shu Jae stood across the kitchen island, wiping the counter with a rag, his peripheral vision fixed on Joanne's profile. The moment the noodles entered her mouth, Joanne's chewing paused slightly. The saltiness of the sauce, the slight sweetness of the sugar, and the soul-stirring aroma of the fried scallions blended perfectly on her taste buds. This was a flavor she had never experienced in those high-end Michelin-starred restaurants. It was coarse and cheap, but warm. It was as if her stomach, long encased in thick ice, had been gently caressed by a warm hand. She didn't speak, but simply quickened her chewing. The previously tense lines of her back relaxed bit by bit with each swallow. The sense of oppression caused by Madeline's hypocrisy was largely dissipated in the face of this bowl of steaming noodles. At the edge of his retina, the quiet system panel silently surfaced with several lines of deep blue text. Target's emotions are fluctuating positively. Joy, relaxation. Perfect empathy, radar determination. Psychological defense has dropped. Current statuses, safe. Condition met. Random fund extraction in progress. The text flowed. Obtained legal funds. 3 million United States dollars. Note. Funds have been laundered through multiple offshore accounts and are being deposited into the host's personal real name bank account in the form of overseas legal trust fund returns. The source is absolutely safe and immune to any tax or institutional scrutiny. Shu Jae's movement of wiping the counter froze. His breathing briefly stopped at that moment. 3 million US dollars. He took a deep breath, suppressing his pounding heart. Just because of a bowl of scallion oil noodles that cost less than $2 to make, he had obtained wealth that an ordinary person couldn't earn in several lifetimes. Shu Jae lifted his eyes, looking at Joanne, who was sitting opposite him, unceremoniously shoveling the last of the noodles into her mouth. A moment ago, he had been trembling with fear over whether he could survive the night under this devilish woman. Now, the way he looked at Joanne had undergone a fundamental change. This wasn't some human nuclear bomb that could explode at any time. This was an inexhaustible super mountain of gold. As long as he played to her temperament and provided enough emotional value, he could use the fastest speed possible in this capital-driven world to accumulate enough chips to overturn Bot's chessboard. Joanne swallowed the last of the noodles and let out a tiny burp. Realizing her lapse in decorum, she immediately straightened her face and put down the chopsticks. She resumed her high and mighty tone, looking coldly at Shu Jie. The taste is barely edible. Slightly better than those tasteless nutritional meals Madeline prepares for me. Though she was critical with her words, the coldness and irritation that were there when she first entered were gone from her eyes. Thank you for the compliment. Shu Jie calmly took away the empty bowl in front of Joanne and put it in the sink. There's some left in the pot. Do you want more? Joanne, who was about to stand up, paused. She looked at Shu Jie's broad back and the tap water rushing in the sink, a trace of relaxation flashing in her eyes that she hadn't even noticed herself. Then give me a little more. Remember, put more of that dark sauce. The gurgling sound of boiling water echoed in the quiet kitchen. Shu Jie skillfully scattered a handful of dried noodles into the pot, stirring gently with long chopsticks to prevent them from sticking. His movements were methodical, as if the person sitting across the counter wasn't a female Homelander capable of slicing the entire building in half with lasers, but just an ordinary diner. Joanne rested her chin on one hand, her azure eyes fixed unblinkingly on the rolling white foam in the pot. The sound of the thunderstorm outside gradually faded, turning into a continuous drizzle that tapped against the floor-to-ceiling windows with a faint rustling sound. The apartment was filled with the aroma of scallion oil and the steam of noodle soup, washing away the previous tension of impending death bit by bit. Your noodles are ready. Shu Jie turned off the stove, poured the drained noodles into a pristine white porcelain bowl, and skillfully drizzled the remaining scallion oil sauce over them. He didn't use any ingratiating tone, simply pushing the bowl to Joanne's side and handing her a cup of warm water. Joanne picked up her chopsticks and began tackling this second bowl of noodles. Her way of eating wasn't rude, but it certainly couldn't be called elegant either. Having grown up under the spotlight of Bot International, she had long been accustomed to maintaining a perfect posture in front of the cameras. But in this flat apartment of less than 100 square meters, there were no calculating eyes of Stan Edgar, nor the nauseating, hypocritical concern of Madeline. Shu Jie stood across the kitchen island, watching her quietly. He quickly reviewed everything that had just happened in his mind. As a transmigrator who knew the trajectory of the entire world, he understood better than anyone how fragile Joanne's psychological defenses were. She possessed the most invincible body in the world, yet it housed a soul that was extremely starved for love and lacking in common sense. The Vought International executives used public approval ratings and twisted familial affection to bind her, making her like a marionette constantly on the verge of a breakdown. Current emotion, satisfied, slightly confused, sense of security establishing. She finished the last bite of noodles, picked up the glass next to her, and drank the warm water in one gulp. The warm liquid slid down her esophagus into her stomach, dispelling the last trace of chill brought by high-altitude flight. Joanne set down the glass, her metal wrist guards clinking against the marble countertop with a soft sound. She leaned back slightly, her previously straight and rigid spine relaxing for the first time in this unfamiliar place. The Stars and Stripes cape was draped casually over the back of the bar stool, and her damp blonde hair clung to her cheeks, making her look less like that unreachable god and more like a real person. Shu Jie took out his phone, the soft light from the screen reflecting on his face. A text message about a deposit from an anonymous Swiss trust fund lay quietly in his notification bar. Your account ending in 7253 received a deposit at 2140, 3 million United States dollars. Shu Jie looked at that long string of zeros, his breathing stalling in his chest for half a second. Even with the system's text prompts, when this huge sum actually became a number in his bank account, the impact still gave him a strong sense of dizziness. 3 million US dollars. In this world of the boys where capital controls everything, money was the only pass. Vought International could bribe senators, control the media, and cover up all the murders committed by superheroes. In the end, it all relied on a massive chain of capital. Shu Jae lifted his eyelids, his gaze sweeping over Joanne sitting opposite him. If making her happy and smoothing her fur the right way could continuously pop out gold coins, then this path was simply the fastest shortcut to the poker table. Instead of being an ant in this dangerous world that could be crushed by the aftermath at any moment, it would be better to just hug this thickest thigh right in front of him. What are you looking at? Joanne keenly sensed the change in Shu Jae's gaze. In that gaze, the initial defensiveness and wariness were gone, replaced by a kind of eagerness that she couldn't quite read. I'm looking at my meal ticket. Shu Jae put down his phone and pointed naturally at the two empty bowls on the counter, ready to leave after eating your fill. Or is Vought International's #1 superhero planning to help me wash the dishes before leaving? The airflow in the air seemed to stall for a moment. Joanne's azure pupils contracted slightly, her gaze fixed dead on Shu Jae's face. Washing dishes. This word simply did not exist in her dictionary. She could crush a bulletproof armored vehicle with her bare hands, and evaporate a lake with her heat vision, but in her 20-plus years of life, no one had ever dared to ask her to do such menial household chores. Joanne frowned, a sense of absurdity surging in her chest. No dangerous red light lit up in her eyes, she just snorted coldly and stood up from the bar stool. You can try smashing those dirty bowls against my cape and see if they shatter first, or if your hand breaks first. She lifted her chin, put her arrogant mask back on, and turned to walk towards the floor-to-ceiling window. Her high-top combat boots clicked crisply against the wooden floor. Shu Jae leaned against the counter, watching her back, the corners of his mouth curving into a slight arc. Of course, he knew Joanne wouldn't wash the dishes. That sentence was just a probe, testing where her bottom line of tolerance in this apartment lay. As it turned out, when the radar showed her emotions were in the safe zone, this kind of harmless joke not only wouldn't anger her, but would instead deepen her reliance on this equal interaction mode. Joanne walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. The rain outside had stopped, the dark clouds had dispersed, revealing the brilliant neon lights over New York City. Colorful spots of light reflected on her stars and stripes costume, refracting a cold texture. She stopped, one hand resting on the window frame, but she didn't fly away immediately. A dim blue light bloomed silently at the edge of Shu Jae's vision. The data stream of the system panel began to scroll at an extremely steady rhythm. Target emotional depth sedimentation detected. Perfect empathy radar judgment. The target feels an unprecedented, unscrutinized freedom in the current environment, and her psychological defenses are showing structural loosening. Condition met. Special feedback critical hit triggered. Random fund extraction in progress. Shu Jae's breathing slowed. He stared fixedly at the characters constantly jumping on his retina. Obtained legal funds. 30 million United States dollars. Note: the funds have been laundered through multi-level offshore companies and transferred to the host's account as legal venture capital returns. The process is untraceable. 30 million US dollars. Shu Jae's fingers spasmed uncontrollably at his side. He could even hear his heart frantically pounding against his ribs and his chest. The previous bowl of noodles only soothed her irritability, bringing 3 million. And now, the 30 million was because this apartment, this mode of interaction without the need for pretense, had truly touched the deepest part of her heart that she longed to have filled. This place is too small. Joanne, with her back to Shu Jae, looked at the night view outside the window, her voice sounding arrogant and picky. The ceiling is so low it makes it hard to breathe, the sofa looks like it was scavenged from a second-hand market, and the security system of the entire building is practically non-existent. Shu Jae calmed his heartbeat, walked unhurriedly to the center of the living room, and stopped about 3 steps away from her. This is a civilian apartment, not a penthouse in Vought Tower. I assembled the sofa myself. Although it's cheap, it's very comfortable to lie on. As for security, he looked at Joanne's golden hair fluttering in the wind. If there were dangerous elements capable of breaking through your defenses coming to trouble me, this building's security wouldn't be of any use, even if it were upgraded to nuclear submarine level. Joanne turned her head, a trace of imperceptible amusement flashing in her blue eyes. This amusement was fleeting, quickly covered up by her customary coldness. She let go of the window frame, her body slowly lifting off the ground, her feet hovering in the air, and her red and blue cape spread out in the night wind. Tomorrow. She hovered in midair, looking down at Shu Jie, her tone carrying an irresistible command. I want to eat the exact same food as today at the same time. If there's even one less piece of that green vegetable, or if the taste of that black sauce isn't right. She paused deliberately, a faint red light flashing in her eyes in perfect coordination to show a threat. Shu Jie looked at her fierce but weak appearance, knowing clearly that this was just her trying to maintain her godlike dignity. That's called scallions and scallion oil sauce. Shu Jie looked straight into her eyes without the slightest retreat. Tomorrow I will go to the Chinese supermarket to buy the freshest ingredients. The premise is, don't crash in from outside my balcony glass again, use the front door, or send a text message in advance. Joanne stared at him coldly for a while, seemingly weighing this mortal's qualification to make demands. Finally, she turned around without a word. Boom. A violent sonic boom exploded outside the window, the shockwave blowing the curtains in the living room high up. A blue afterimage instantly tore through the night sky of New York, turning into a shooting star on the horizon, disappearing without a trace. A gust of wind blew a few fallen leaves into the living room. Shu Jie stood quietly in place, listening to the fading sonic boom. He stepped forward, closed the floor-to-ceiling window, and pulled the curtains shut, completely isolating the outside world. He took his phone out of his pocket, and a new bank deposit notification lit up on the screen again. A total available balance of $33 million lay quietly in his personal account. Shu Jie leaned back on the sofa, exhaling a long, turbid breath. From witnessing the bloody opening of Robin being smashed to pieces, to frantically testing the edges of female Homelander's heat vision, these few short hours had exhausted all his energy and courage. But looking at the numbers on his phone, he knew it was all worth it. He opened the financial software on his phone, his gaze becoming sharp. Step 1. Register a Shell Venture Capital Company. Step 2. In the Nasdaq market, start quietly absorbing VOT International's retail stocks. Early in the morning at a Chinese supermarket in Flushing, the air was filled with the mixed scent of fresh seafood and various spices. Shu Jie pushed a metal shopping cart with a slightly rusted bottom and stopped in front of the vegetable section. He picked up a bunch of green onions covered in soil and dew, sniffed them, and after confirming they were fresh enough, carefully placed them into the cart. On the shelves nearby stood various brands of premium light and dark soy sauce. Ignoring the price tags, he selected a few bottles with the cleanest ingredient lists, as if he were choosing precise experimental reagents, and placed them into the cart. For a wealthy man who had just received over $30 million in cash, personally coming to a crowded supermarket to pick out a few bunches of green onions seemed rather absurd. But Shu Jie knew that this was not just a late-night snack, it was the core bargaining chip he would use to tame the she-devil in the sky. In this world filled with superpowers and capital exploitation, VOT International held absolute sway. They used cold data, hypocritical public relations, and high-intensity psychological control to forge Joanne into a seemingly indestructible, perfect god. VOT gave her everything, except for even the slightest bit of the true warmth that makes one human. Shu Jie pushed the cart full of ingredients toward the checkout counter. He looked at the hazy sky of New York City outside the glass door, his eyes clear and focused. At the same time, in the heart of Manhattan, at VOT Tower. The air here was always kept at a constant 22 degrees. The air purification system filtered out all impurities, leaving behind only an expensive, cold, and sleep-inducing scent of ozone. Joanne sat in her private dressing room. Two top stylists surrounded her, one on each side, using expensive setting spray and combs to style her iconic blonde hair. According to the data model the PR department ran overnight, Joanne, your female approval rating in several Midwestern red states has seen a slight decline of 0.5%. Ashley Barrett trotted on sharp high heels, clutching a beautifully bound data report, speaking rapidly. Because of her nervousness, her voice had a hint of habitual trembling, and she even unconsciously pulled out one of her own hairs. The reason is that at the scene of yesterday's robbery, when you used your heat vision to melt the robbers' weapons, the sparks scared a passing little girl into crying. Bystanders captured your profile, and the PR department believes your gaze at that moment was a bit too cold. Ashley swallowed hard and stole a glance at Joanne's expression in the mirror. Joanne closed her eyes, letting the stylists apply foundation to her face. And so, she opened her eyes, her azure pupils reflecting the circle of blinding fill lights in front of the vanity mirror. So Vice President Madeline has arranged a visit to a children's hospital this afternoon. Ashley quickly flipped to the next page of the report. The script is already written. You need to pick up a child with leukemia and show your signature smile to the cameras. The PR department has calculated that this will cause your affinity index to rebound by at least 2 points. Joanne looked at herself in the mirror. That face was fair, delicate, and flawless. The red and blue stars and striped suit tightly wrapped her body, with every fold precisely tailored. She was like an exquisite plastic doll displayed in a shop window with an exorbitant price tag. Understood. Joanne lowered her eyelids, her voice cold. Ashley let out a long sigh of relief and walked out of the dressing room on her high heels, feeling a sense of relief. A few minutes later, the glass door of the dressing room was pushed open again. In all of Vought Tower, only one person was qualified to enter Joanne's private space without knocking. Madeline Stillwell walked in, wearing a well-tailored business suit, stepping on the soft cashmere carpet. She waved her hand, and the two stylists immediately lowered their heads and exited silently. Only the two of them remained in the room. I heard from Ashley that you don't seem to be in a good mood today, my good girl. Madeline walked behind the makeup chair and gently placed her hands on Joanne's shoulders. Her voice was soft and slow, carrying a carefully practiced, motherly affection. Joanne did not move. In the past, whenever Madeline spoke to her in this tone and touched her with such tenderness, the pathological craving for maternal love deep within her would be instantly ignited. She would, like a young beast seeking shelter, desperately try to please this woman, just to receive a verbal compliment. Madeline's fingers ran through Joanne's freshly styled blonde hair, gently combing it. Where did you go last night? Surveillance shows you left the tower for several hours. Madeline lowered her head and whispered in Joanne's ear, you know, those ordinary people outside are fragile and full of schemes. Only here, only by my side, are you safest. This was Madeline's habitual method of control. Using a gentle tone to create a sense of crisis, and then using maternal words to isolate Joanne from the outside world, making her psychologically completely subservient to Vought. Madeline's fingers slid slowly down the back of Joanne's neck, carrying a soothing implication. You are my most perfect creation, Joanne. You are a god. Those approval ratings, those stupid numbers, mean nothing. As long as you are obedient, I will bring the whole world to you. Joanne sat in the chair, letting Madeline's hands caress her back. If it were before, she should have already turned around, buried her head in Madeline's arms, greedily breathing in the scent on her, and sworn to be Vought's most obedient good girl. But today, when those hands with a slightly cool temperature touched her skin, a sour sense of resistance welled up in Joanne's stomach. Madeline's fingertips were soft, but they had no warmth. That carefully calculated frequency of caressing, that set of soothing rhetoric repeated countless times, to Joanne, it now sounded like a pre-programmed machine recording. False. Hollow. Filled with nauseating schemes. In Joanne's mind, the scenes from last night in that somewhat crowded apartment uncontrollably surfaced. Joanne. What's wrong? Madeline sensed the stiffness of the body under her palms and frowned slightly. She walked to the front of the chair, bent down, and tried to catch Joanne's gaze. Did you not rest well last night? Or do you have concerns about this afternoon's visit? Madeline showed a flawless expression of worry. It's okay, if you don't want to go, I can have the PR department postpone the event. As long as you are happy, everything is up to you. Joanne looked at Madeline's eyes, which were filled with concern. A barely perceptible red light flickered deep in her eyes, that was her instinctual destructive impulse stirring. But soon, this flash of red light was suppressed by her. If she burned Madeline to ashes now, it would mean completely tearing off all her disguises. I'm fine. Joanne stood up, her tall figure instantly creating a sense of condescending oppression in front of Madeline. She subtly avoided Madeline's hand, which was reaching out to pull her arm. No need to postpone. Joanne walked to the coat rack in the dressing room, picked up the heavy stars and stripes cape, and skillfully fastened it to her shoulders. Give me the script. I will smile for those cameras. Madeline's hand stopped in midair, and her expression went blank for half a second. This wasn't right. Joanne's reaction was too calm. Joanne. Madeline tried to regain control of the rhythm. I still need to memorize the PR department's script, Madam Vice President. Joanne interrupted her. She didn't even use that affectionate term, but instead used Madeline's official job title directly. The corner of Madeline's eye twitched slightly, but she quickly masked her inner astonishment and put on an impeccable professional smile. All right. See you this afternoon, my girl. The glass door closed again. Joanne stood alone in the empty dressing room. She walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window that occupied an entire wall. Looking down from the 99th floor, the buildings and streets of the entire Manhattan turned into miniature models, and those ordinary people walking hurriedly were like tiny ants. At this height, she could not hear the noise of the ground, only feeling a cold that seeped into her bones. Vought Tower was a gorgeous birdcage built with capital and lies. She had the highest level of authority here, yet she couldn't find an inch of air that allowed her to truly breathe. Her gaze passed through the layers of skyscrapers and turned toward the direction of Queens. The electronic wall clock showed that it was now 2 o'clock in the afternoon. 7 hours left until that time last night. Joanne withdrew her hand, and her cape drew a cold, hard arc behind her. She turned and walked toward the door, her pace carrying a barely perceptible sense of urgency. 8:50 p.m. The neon lights of New York City filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting mottled shadows on the apartment's wooden floor. Shu Jae sat on the sofa, closing the laptop resting on his knees. The second before the screen went dark, it displayed the fund flows of several secret offshore accounts. The sporadic shares of Vought International scattered across the trading market were being silently devoured by this hidden capital. The second hand of the wall clock ticked rhythmically. Shu Jae stood up, set the laptop aside, and walked toward the open kitchen. The refrigerator door was opened, and cold air spilled out. He took out the fresh green onions he had bought at the Chinese supermarket that afternoon and stood at the sink, washing them patiently. The running water rinsed the dirt off the onion leaves, allowing his brain to detach from the complex financial charts. His timing was precise. Just as the hot oil in the pan had sautéed the scallion segments to a golden brown color and the rich aroma of scallion oil began to permeate the airflow in the direction of the living room twisted visibly. The sensor light outside the balcony made a soft click and lit up with a warm white glow. The wind blew the poorly drawn curtains high into the air. Shu Jae turned off the stove, poured the brewed dark sauce into a small porcelain bowl, and then turned to look toward the floor-to-ceiling window. Joanne stood inside the balcony railing, her red and blue stars and stripes suit still covered in some of the cool night dew from outside. Through the glass, she watched Shu Jae in the kitchen holding a bowl of noodles, her chin slightly raised, maintaining the arrogant posture belonging to a god. Shu Jae walked over, unlatched the lock with one hand, and slid open the glass door. You're quite punctual. Joanne did not respond. She strode into the living room with her long legs, bringing with her a scent mixed with high-altitude ozone and hospital disinfectant. This smell made Shu Jae frown slightly. Thinking of the staged PR events for Vought International he'd seen on the news, he could roughly guess what this young lady had experienced that afternoon. Joanne didn't even glance at the dining table, heading straight for the gray fabric sofa in the center of the living room. She seemed to treat this place as her own lounge in Vought Tower, her tall figure sinking heavily into the sofa. Immediately after, she naturally lifted her legs, resting her high-top red combat boots, still stained with a bit of dust and dirt, onto the edge of Shu Jae's solid wood coffee table with a bang. After completing this series of movements, she reached under a throw pillow, pulled out the TV remote, and pressed the power button. Shu Jae walked out of the kitchen carrying 2 steaming bowls of scallion oil noodles, just in time to see this scene. He stopped, his gaze lingering for 2 seconds on the combat boots resting on the solid wood tabletop. Take your feet off. Shu Jae's voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally clear in the apartment where the only background noise was from the TV. Joanne, on the sofa, paused. She stopped her fingers from pressing the remote, turned her head slowly, and locked her gaze on Shu Jae, who was standing not far away, over the back of the sofa. Deep within her azure eyes, a trace of dangerous crimson light began to swirl uncontrollably. The air in the entire living room instantly became stagnant. The temperature seemed to rise a few degrees due to her emotional fluctuations, and the TV screen emitted a faint static sound caused by electromagnetic interference. Are you ordering me? Joanne's voice carried a cold sense of oppression. At VOD International, no one dared to criticize her demeanor, not even the board of directors. Now, an ordinary person was actually telling her to put her feet down for the sake of a mere broken table. I'm not ordering you, I'm stating an objective fact, Shu Jae said, meeting those red glowing eyes with a steady tone. This long coffee table is made of joined solid wood. Your boot soles not only have dust on them, but they are also hard enough to leave scratches. If you don't take your feet off, I won't provide a midnight snack tonight. This was a psychological game of tightrope walking. Shu Jae knew very well that when facing a giant baby who had long lacked rules and constraints, blind obedience would only make her push further, eventually turning this place into another dump where she could vent her destructive urges. He had to forcibly establish rules belonging to ordinary people in some harmless daily details. He placed his chips on the bowl of noodles in his hand, which was emitting a rich, charred aroma. The red light in Joanne's eyes flickered uncertainly. She stared fixedly at Shu Jae, seemingly evaluating the cost-benefit ratio of using lasers to cut this ignorant mortal in half versus eating that bowl of noodles. The air remained deadlocked for a full half-minute. In the end, the aroma of the food and that long-lost, mask-free sense of reality gained the upper hand. Joanne snorted, and the red light in her eyes instantly extinguished. She put her legs down with a look of displeasure, her combat boots making a dull thud as they hit the floor. Stingy. You mortals just love wasting energy on this kind of meaningless, crappy wood. She muttered a complaint full of superiority, but her body was very honest as she sat up straight, her eyes fixed directly on the porcelain bowl in Shu Jae's hands. Shu Jae breathed a sigh of relief inwardly, the muscles in his back gradually relaxing. He stepped forward, placed one of the bowls of noodles on the coffee table, and handed her a pair of chopsticks. Mix it while it's hot. If this stuff gets cold, it'll all clump together. Joanne snatched the chopsticks and, with somewhat rough movements, mixed the noodles with the dark sauce. She sat cross-legged on the sofa and began to eat in large mouthfuls. Shu Jae carried his own bowl of noodles and sat on the single sofa to her side. The TV was playing a boring animal documentary. On the screen, a few marmots were pushing each other on the prairie to fight for territory. Under normal circumstances, Joanne wouldn't watch this kind of hollow, meaningless program for even a second. But at this moment, as she chewed the noodles and watched the screen, the expression on her face was surprisingly focused and relaxed. The tense lines of her shoulders and back gradually softened. That stars and stripes suit, representing absolute power and sanctity, no longer looked like an inviolable battle robe under the warm lighting. Instead, it looked more like a tight-fitting work uniform that made her feel exhausted. That kid with leukemia kept tugging at my cape, and the IV needle in his hand almost tore my fiber suit. Joanne swallowed a mouthful of noodles, her eyes still fixed on the TV screen, tossing out a remark without context. Shu Jae paused in his action of picking up noodles. Kids are all like that, they want to grab anything that shines or has bright fabric, he said, taking a bite of noodles and adding casually, you're lucky they didn't get snot on your suit. Joanne turned her head and glared at him fiercely. If he dared to get snot on me, I swear I would have smashed the window of that hospital room and flown out. She was talking tough, but there was no real murderous intent in her tone. Instead, it carried the disgust and irritability typical of a young girl. Shu Jae couldn't help but chuckle. 10 minutes later, Joanne put down the empty bowl in her hand, leaned back against the sofa, and let out a sigh of satisfaction. Shu Jae stood up, preparing to take both empty bowls to the kitchen sink. Just as he bent down, before his hand touched the bowl on the coffee table, I want to watch TV for a while longer. Joanne adjusted her sitting posture, finding a more comfortable angle to lean against, with absolutely no intention of getting up to leave. Shu Jae paused, looking at her posture as she naturally treated this place like her own home. Can't the luxury media room on the 99th floor of Bot Tower satisfy you? Joanne didn't even lift her eyelids, her gaze still locked on the marmots fighting on the TV. The leather sofas there smell like disgusting disinfectant. Besides, they don't have these stupid animal programs to watch. She gave her reason with complete justification, taking the opportunity to lightly kick the edge of the coffee table with her toe. Don't make that dish-washing noise and disturb me. Shu Jae stood there holding the two empty bowls, silent for 2 seconds. Watching the blonde figure who had occupied his living room and forcibly changed the rhythm of his life, he sighed silently and resignedly carried the bowls toward the kitchen. The tap water in the sink splashed loudly, rinsing the sauce-covered ceramic bowls. Shu Jae squeezed out a bit of dish soap and patiently wiped the inside of the bowl with a sponge. In the living room, the monotonous narration of a wildlife documentary played, accompanied by the occasional faint clicking sound Joanne made out of boredom. Listening to these subtle movements, a sense of absurd tranquility grew in Shu Jae's heart. Over the next half-month, this sense of tranquility gradually evolved into a tacit understanding. Early autumn in New York deepened, and the leaves of the sycamore trees on both sides of the street began to turn yellow and fall. This high-rise apartment in Queens had completely transformed into a private canteen and underground refuge for Vought International's #1 hero. Joanne's way of making an entrance was always arbitrary. Sometimes it was in the evening, she would wear that eye-catching stars and stripes suit, descending from the balcony with the chill of high altitude clinging to her. Sometimes it was late at night, she would change into an oversized gray hoodie, wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses, knocking on the apartment door like an ordinary celebrity avoiding the paparazzi. Shu Jae did not ask a single question about Vought International. He poured all his energy into that small space of the kitchen. On Tuesday evening, the radar showed Joanne's underlying mood was anxious, impatient. Shu Jae immediately abandoned the light menu he had originally planned. He coated the sliced prime pork tenderloin with starch, deep-fried it in hot oil until golden and crispy, and then simmered a pot of rich sweet and sour sauce. When the ribs coated in bright red sweet and sour sauce were served, the intense sweet and sour flavor directly stimulated Joanne's taste buds, suppressing the nameless anger that had built up inside her. After that meal, the system quietly credited $800,000. Late Thursday night, the radar flashed with a glaring exhaustion, self-doubt. Shu Jae knew this was likely because Madeline had arranged some anti-human PR script for her again. He cooked a pot of thick, soft, and glutinous seafood porridge in a clay pot, served with a few dishes of refreshing side dishes. The warm porridge slid down her esophagus into her stomach. Joanne didn't even say a few words that night, and fell asleep on the sofa wrapped in a blanket as soon as she finished eating. That time, Shu Jae's account increased by 1.5 million. Shu Jae gradually figured out the pattern. The more intense Joanne's emotional fluctuations were, the greater the psychological relief after being soothed by food, and the more generous the funds the system would pay out. On Friday night, a gentle autumn rain began to fall outside the window. The temperature plummeted, and a fine mist covered the glass window. 2 dull knocks came from the apartment door. Shu Jae dried his hands and went to open the door. Standing outside was Joanne, wearing a black trench coat. Her blonde hair was a bit messy, and there was no expression on her fair face, but a deep, unshakable gloom permeated her azure eyes. The radar panel in the top right corner of his vision instantly lit up with a deep red alarm. Current emotion. Suppressed rage 85%, weariness 70%. Psychological state. Destructive impulses may erupt at any moment. Shu Jae stepped aside, taking the trench coat she had taken off and hanging it on the coat rack in the entryway. The coat was heavy, with some subtle scorch marks on the fabric. What big scene did Vought International arrange today? Shu Jae asked casually, turning toward the kitchen. Cleaning out an underground nest of out-of-control mutants. Joanne walked over to the sofa and sat down, her voice filled with undisguised disgust. It was full of disgusting things with tentacles and pustules. Madeline required me to use heat vision to burn them all to ash, to demonstrate the absolute military force of VOT international security. She paused, and a faint flush appeared around her eye sockets. That smell of burning flesh lingered in my nose for a full 5 hours. Shu Jae's movement of opening the refrigerator paused slightly. He could imagine the scene. The VOT International executives were just watching monitoring data in a safe house, while Joanne had to personally face that hellish slaughter, and then smile for the media cameras afterward. No wonder her emotions were suppressed to this extent. Shu Jae closed the refrigerator door and took out a dual-flavor hot pot bowl from the bottom storage cabinet, placing it on the induction cooker on the kitchen island. That's part of your job. If you take VOT International's salary, you have to do some dirty work. Shu Jae's tone remained calm, without any pity or sympathy. Go wash your hands, we're having something punchy tonight. Half an hour later, an incredibly overpowering spicy fragrance filled the apartment's living room. The authentic beef tallow hot pot base, which Shu Jae had specially gone to Chinatown to buy, boiled into a bright, enticing red color under the heat of the induction cooker. Dried chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, and various spices danced up and down in the boiling red soup. The other half was a milky white, rich broth made from large bones, with a few red dates and goji berries floating in it. On the marble countertop of the kitchen island, there were plates filled with thinly sliced marbled beef, fresh and crispy tripe, cleaned shrimp paste, and various vegetables. Joanne walked over after washing her hands, looking at the bubbling red soup in front of her, her brows knitted tightly together. Are you sure this is edible? It looks like a pot of boiling red lava. Although she possessed a steel body and was not afraid of high temperatures, this unknown liquid emitting a pungent, spicy smell clearly exceeded her cognitive scope of food. Sit down. Shu Jae pushed a small bowl toward her. Inside the bowl was the dipping sauce he had prepared. Minced garlic, sesame oil, with a little cilantro and oyster sauce. Watch how I do it. Shu Jae picked up a slice of marbled beef with long chopsticks, put it into the boiling red soup, counted to 7 in his heart, and then quickly fished it out. The originally bright red meat slice had turned an enticing grayish brown, its surface coated with a layer of bright red beef tallow. He rolled it in the dipping sauce bowl and put it into his mouth. The rich aroma of beef tallow mixed with the numbing spiciness instantly exploded on his taste buds. Shu Jae exhaled a hot breath with satisfaction. Joanne, half doubting, followed his example and picked up a slice of beef, putting it into the pot. She didn't count the time, and the meat slice was cooked for nearly half a minute before being fished out. Dipped, then put into her mouth. Joanne's movements froze instantly. It was a sensory bombardment she had never experienced before. The fiery heat of the chili and the numbing sensation of the Sichuan peppercorn pierced directly through her tongue, forcefully masking all the disgusting smells that had lingered in her senses during the day. The mellowness of the sesame oil perfectly neutralized some of the spiciness, allowing the fresh sweetness of the beef to be slowly released during chewing. Cough. Joanne was choked by the Sichuan peppercorn, and a flush immediately appeared on her fair face. Shu Jae pushed a glass of lemonade with ice cubes over. Eat slowly, you can't rush this. Joanne took a big gulp of ice water. Instead of stopping, she seemed to have triggered some kind of switch. She didn't care about the image of a VOT International heroine at all and began to sweep through the ingredients on the table. The tripe was barely curled from being blanched in the pot before she shoved it into her mouth, chewing it until it crunched. She dumped half a plate of shrimp paste in at once, and didn't even spare the vegetables in the clear soup pot. As the pace of eating accelerated, a layer of fine sweat beads oozed out on her forehead. The black tight-fitting sweater she wore for disguise also appeared somewhat strained due to the rise in body temperature. Shu Jae sat opposite her, unhurriedly putting ingredients into the pot, maintaining the rhythm of the hot pot. Outside the window, the autumn rain was continuous, and the cold air was biting. Inside, however, it was steaming hot, and the spicy fragrance, accompanied by the bubbling sound of the boiling pot base, formed a picture full of life. Joanne's lips were red from the spiciness, even slightly swollen. Her eyes were no longer as gloomy and cold as when she first entered. Instead, they were replaced by a bright light focused on the food. Because of grabbing the last piece of beef in the pot, she even had a brief confrontation with Shu Jae in the red soup using her chopsticks. Seeing the seriousness flashing in her eyes, Shu Jae took the initiative to loosen his chopsticks and let her have that piece of meat. You're sensible. Joanne raised her chin triumphantly and rolled the piece of beef into the dipping sauce bowl. The hot pot meal lasted for an hour and a half. When all the plates on the counter were empty and the power to the induction cooker was cut off, only the gradually subsiding soup base and a thick layer of red oil remained in the pot. Joanne tore off a few tissues and wiped her mouth without any regard for her image. She stood up, walked unsteadily to the living room, and flopped onto the gray fabric sofa with a thud. A large amount of carbohydrates and high-calorie food put her body into a lazy state similar to being carb drunk. Shu Jae finished clearing the remnants from the counter, walked to the sofa with 2 glasses of iced soda, and handed her one. Joanne took the glass, and her body unconsciously sank deeper into the sofa. Shu Jae sat down beside her. The distance between the two was less than half an arm's width. The TV was still on, playing some unknown evening news. The news happened to show the official report released by VOD International this afternoon. On the screen, female Homelander was heroically eliminating mutants with heat vision, accompanied by passionate symphonic music in the background. Joanne glanced at the screen, her eyes showing no fluctuation, as if the godlike person on the screen had nothing to do with her. Her breathing became long and steady, and her body was completely in an undefended state. Perhaps it was because she was too full, perhaps the sofa was too soft, or perhaps the temperature in this apartment was just right to make one sleepy. Joanne's body tilted slightly. Her head leaned over. A few strands of golden hair brushed against Shu Jae's neck, bringing a slight itch. Immediately after, a heavy weight pressed onto Shu Jae's left shoulder. Shu Jae's body froze for an instant. His nose was filled with the scent of her shampoo, as well as the faint, smoky aroma of the hot pot. He could feel her steady heartbeat and the rise and fall of her breathing. Just as he was hesitating whether to speak up and remind this ancestor to mind her manners, a faint, deliberately suppressed sound rang in his ear. Hiccup. Joanne leaned on his shoulder and burped without any hesitation, a burp that smelled of hot pot. After burping, she even rubbed against Shu Jae's shoulder comfortably, adjusted to a more comfortable position, and closed her eyes. The radar panel at the edge of his retina erupted with brilliant green light at this moment. Current emotion. Extremely satisfied, absolute sense of security, strong sense of belonging. Psychological defenses. Completely disarmed. The system's ghostly blue text poured down like a waterfall. Target's emotional fluctuation triggered the core mechanism. Condition met. Funds are being extracted. Obtained legal funds. 8 million United States dollars. $8 million. Shu Jae looked at this string of numbers, feeling the real weight on his left shoulder, and the corners of his mouth curled into a slight arc. You look really heavy. Shu Jae turned his head, looking at Joanne, who was resting with her eyes closed on his shoulder, his tone carrying a touch of perfectly appropriate disdain. Eating so much, if VOD International's uniform bursts, Madeline will deduct your PR points again. Joanne didn't even open her eyes. She just hummed, her voice filled with the laziness of being full and satisfied, and a bit of slurred speech. Shut up. If you keep nagging, I'll burn this crappy sofa of yours. She said threatening words, but her head resting on Shu Jae's shoulder showed no intention of moving away at all. She even curled up her legs righteously, occupying most of the sofa's space. The morning sun pierced through the gaps in the curtains, casting a bright patch of light onto the floor. Shu Jae opened his eyes and habitually moved his left shoulder. A distinct soreness spread along the muscle fibers. The gray fabric sofa was already empty. The thin blanket that had originally covered Joanne was neatly folded and placed on the sofa armrest. The glass door to the balcony was left ajar, allowing a cool, early autumn breeze to drift into the living room, carrying away the lingering scent of last night's hot pot base. She always left before daybreak. As the star of VOD International, Joanne's daily schedule was packed tight. She needed to rush back to VOD Tower before 8 o'clock, put on that glamorous costume, and continue playing the role of the flawless American sweetheart. Shu Jae stood up from the sofa and walked to the kitchen to pour a glass of warm water. He picked up the mobile phone lying on the kitchen island. The screen lit up, and an unread notification from the bank rested quietly on the lock screen. Including the $8 million that came in last night, his available cash flow had reached $41 million. This was a massive fortune that would draw attention anywhere in New York, yet Shu-jae felt calmer than ever. He finished the water in the glass and turned to go into the bathroom to wash up. He changed into a plain dark hoodie and a pair of jeans, shouldered his black backpack containing his laptop, and pushed the door open to leave the apartment. Today was Monday, and he had class. Godolphin University was located in the suburbs of New York City and was the only higher education institution in the United States specifically designed for superhumans. Nominally, it was for cultivating the next generation of superheroes, but in reality, it was a massive star-making factory used by Vought International to screen high-quality products and incubate commercial IPs. Shu-jae took the subway and followed the crowded flow of people out of the campus subway station. The early autumn campus was picturesque. On both sides of the wide tree-lined boulevard stood life-sized bronze statues of famous alumni from previous years. From current members of the 7 to veteran heroes of Payback, every statue was polished until it was spotless, gleaming in the sunlight with the scent of money. Young people wearing designer clothes and possessing various superpowers could be seen everywhere on the road. Some were demonstrating weak fire control abilities on the lawn, drawing cheers from those around them, while others floated in midair, enjoying the envious gazes of others. Here, superpowers were the hardest currency, and class division was even more naked than in the outside world. As an Asian exchange student without superpowers, Shu-jae was like a transparent ghost in this school. No one cared about him, and no one would let their gaze linger on an ordinary person for even a second. The morning criminal psychology class ended quickly. The professor on the podium spoke incessantly about the psychological motives of superhuman crimes, but Shu-jae didn't take in a single word. He packed his backpack, walked through the noisy corridor, and arrived at a secluded corner on the 4th floor of the campus library. The sunlight here was excellent, and outside the floor-to-ceiling windows was a quiet artificial lake. Shu-jae pulled out a chair, sat down, took his laptop out of his backpack, and pressed the power button. The screen lit up, skipped the tedious operating system, and went straight into a heavily encrypted dark web terminal. Shu-jae's fingers tapped rapidly on the keyboard, and strings of complex code and financial instructions scrolled across the screen at high speed. If the $40+ million in cash wasn't laid out rationally, it was just a pile of meaningless numbers in this world of capital. He needed a legal shell. Within 2 hours, using the hacking skills granted by the system, Shu-jae bypassed the firewalls of several national financial regulatory bureaus. He registered 3 secret offshore companies in the Cayman Islands and conducted cross-holdings through Swiss trust funds. Ultimately, these intricate equity structures converged into one name, Great Wall Capital. This was a venture capital firm nominally funded by overseas consortia, but in reality, it was entirely controlled by Shu-jae personally. After completing the registration structure, Shu-jae injected the first $20 million into the account of Great Wall Capital. He didn't invest in any popular tech stocks or real estate. Instead, he locked his gaze onto a specific code on the Nasdaq trading panel, VHT. The stock ticker for Vought International. Due to several recent mutant attacks, as well as some destruction caused in secret by the boys, Vought International's stock price was in a relatively sluggish, volatile period. Shu-jae hit the enter key, and the $20 million transformed into countless small, scattered buy orders, flowing into the stock market silently like a drop of water into the ocean, beginning to absorb the Vought stocks sold by retail investors bit by bit. This level of capital couldn't even make a ripple before a Vought worth hundreds of billions. But Shu-jae had time. As long as the system was still running and Joanne was still eating in his apartment, his funding chain was infinite. One day, these scattered shares would gather into a noose strong enough to strangle Stan Edgar. Closing the laptop, Shu-jae let out a long sigh. The high-intensity mental work left him feeling a bit exhausted. He rubbed his brow, packed the computer back into his backpack, and stood up, intending to go to the cafe on the 1st floor to buy an Americano to perk himself up. The lobby on the first floor of the library was bustling with people. Approaching lunchtime, students gathered in twos and threes to discuss the afternoon party or combat training class. Shu Jae walked along the aisle of the reading area, his gaze sweeping casually over the surrounding bookshelves. A burst of rapid footsteps came from around the corner. A black girl wearing a slightly worn plaid shirt, holding a tall stack of thick professional books in her arms, was hurrying forward with her head down. Her pace was somewhat flustered, as if she was avoiding something, and she didn't notice the situation ahead at all. The two inevitably collided at the intersection of two bookshelves. A dull thud echoed. The girl let out a short exclamation, lost her balance, and stumbled back 2 steps. The stack of books in her arms scattered all over the floor with a clatter, and a few even slid to the edge of Shu Jae's sneakers. Sorry. I wasn't watching where I was going, I'm really sorry. The girl didn't care about her bruised shoulder and hurriedly squatted down to pick up the books on the floor. Her voice carried a sense of caution and awkwardness typical of someone new. Shu Jae stopped, bent down, and picked up a copy of Analysis of Superhuman Physiological Structure that had fallen by his feet. He handed the book over, his gaze naturally falling on the girl's face. It was a young face, carrying a hint of stubbornness and unease. On her wrists, several small, old scars were vaguely visible, traces left by long-term use of a certain specific superpower. Shu Jae's heart skipped a beat. In his mind, the name of the person who could manipulate blood and turn it into a sharp weapon flashed rapidly. Marie Moreau. The core protagonist of Gen V, a girl who also carried a heavy past and would be drawn into the darkest secrets of Godolphin University in the future. The main plot of this world wasn't just advancing with Huey and Butcher. In the woods laboratory beneath Godolphin University, that deadly virus specifically targeting superhumans was also being developed intensively. Thanks. Marie took the book from Shu Jae's hand and looked up at him gratefully. She noticed that this Asian boy in front of her didn't have that superior, arrogant air, which made her, who had been in a state of tension, relax slightly. My name is Marie, a freshman. I was just looking for the classroom for my public relations class and accidentally went the wrong way. She explained, seemingly wanting to cover up her embarrassment through conversation. Shu Jae looked at the hand she extended and the light in her eyes that yearned to be accepted by the group. He knew too well what kind of vortex surrounded this girl. Golden Boy's self-destruction, Kate's brainwashing, and that deadly virus that could kill Joanne. His current priority was to stabilize the female devil in the sky and build his own fortress in the financial market. He absolutely could not get involved in the center of the main plot storm at this juncture. Shu Jae just nodded slightly, stepped back half a step, and opened up a polite but extremely obvious social distance. The classroom is in the East District Teaching Building. Turn left after leaving the library, and it's right across the lawn. Shu Jae's tone was calm, without showing any extra enthusiasm. Marie's hand, suspended in midair, froze for a moment, then she withdrew it somewhat awkwardly. She hugged the books in her arms tightly and squeezed out a forced smile. Okay, thank you. Watching the back of Marie as she hurried away with her books, Shu Jae retracted his gaze and turned toward the cafe. Self-preservation. In the world of the boys, this was not just a choice, but an iron rule for survival. After buying coffee, Shu Jae walked out of the library door. The afternoon sun shone on him, bringing a hint of warmth. Just as he inserted the straw into his iced Americano, his phone in his pocket emitted a short vibration. Taking out his phone, a text message without a sender name popped up on the screen. But in this world, only one person would send him messages with such a matter-of-fact, commanding tone. The air conditioning system in Bot Tower must be broken, it's as cold as a morgue in the conference room. Shu Jae looked at this aimless complaint, and the image of Joanne wrapped in a stars and stripes cape, sitting at the conference table and looking coldly at that group of executives, appeared in his mind. A few seconds later, the second text message popped up immediately after. Make that red soup tonight. Remember to pick out those round balls that make your mouth go numb when you chew them. I don't want to be choked again. Shu Jae took a sip of the iced coffee, the bitter liquid flowing down his throat, dispelling the thoughts about Marie and the superhuman virus in his mind. He stood on the tree-lined boulevard, surrounded by superhuman students coming and going. His slender fingers tapped rapidly on the screen, and he hit back without any courtesy. That's Sichuan peppercorn. If you pick them all out, it loses its soul. Besides, I'm an international student who paid tuition, not your private chef provided by bot. Less than 3 seconds after the message was sent, the other party's reply shot back like a bullet. Dare to put one of those round balls in tonight and see what happens. I'll burn a hole through your wooden floor in 1 second. Immediately after, another one followed. 8 o'clock. Don't keep me waiting. The fresh produce section of the Chinese supermarket in Flushing always carried a slightly fishy, damp scent. Xu Jie pushed his shopping cart, carefully selecting ingredients for tonight's meal in front of rows of shelves. Since that temperamental female ancestor had explicitly issued a Sichuan peppercorn ban in her text message, he naturally wouldn't go out of his way to provoke her. In this perilous world, stroking someone's ego is an art, but stroking an ego doesn't mean getting down on your knees to act like a servant. He picked out a few plump, juicy tomatoes and cut a large piece of high-quality beef brisket at the meat counter. Tomato beef brisket stew, rich and sweet and sour, could satisfy Joanne's craving for heavy flavored carbs while perfectly avoiding all the minefields that would make her mouth go numb. 7:45 p.m. On the stove in the apartment kitchen, a large clay pot was making a faint boiling sound. The rich, tangy aroma of tomatoes mixed with the savory, fatty scent of tender, stewed beef, slowly drifting through the range hood's exhaust and filling the entire living room. Xu Jie stood at the counter, plating the washed lettuce. The hands of the wall clock moved slowly, the time gradually approaching 8 o'clock sharp. Night had completely fallen outside the window. The neon lights of New York City flickered in the distance, reflecting Xu Jie's calm profile on the glass window. As the second hand crossed the 12 o'clock mark, the airflow outside the balcony distorted violently without warning. Xu Jie turned his head, his gaze passing through the slightly ajar glass door. Joanne was hovering in midair outside the balcony, her toes about half a meter off the ground. Her red and blue stars and striped suit snapped in the night wind, and her long golden hair flew wildly. She had her arms crossed over her chest, looking down at Xu Jie in the kitchen from a position of superiority. Deep within her azure blue eyes, a clearly visible crimson light ignited. The light did not shoot outwards as it did when she lost control, but was precisely contained within her eye sockets, emitting a suffocating, scorching heat. The surrounding air distorted and refracted visibly due to this heat. This was a naked display of force. The blunt text messages from earlier in the day had clearly made this deity, accustomed to being held in the palm of the world's hand, feel that her dignity had been slightly damaged. She needed to use this method to remind this audacious mortal before her what kind of existence he was facing. Xu Jie's heart pounded twice in his chest. Even though he had long been mentally prepared, when 2 beams of high-energy heat vision capable of melting an armored vehicle were brewing just a few meters away, it still made his palms sweat. He suppressed his accelerating heartbeat and scanned the radar panel at the edge of his retina. Current emotion. Pride, anticipation, slightly bruised ego. Psychological defense. Craving awe and validation. Looking at this line of green data, Xu Jie's tense back quietly relaxed. This wasn't murderous intent at all. It was just a spoiled giant baby showing off a new toy, trying to see shock and worship on an adult's face. Bot International had spent decades carving the concept that superpowers equal absolute power into her bones. In Joanne's perception, as long as she displayed miracles, mortals should bow down in worship. Good evening. Xu Jie picked up a dry towel to wipe his hands. If you plan to keep floating outside like a human street lamp, tonight's beef brisket might end up overcooked. Joanne, hovering in midair, was slightly taken aback. The crimson light in her eyes flickered twice, seemingly dissatisfied with this calm reaction. She snorted coldly, her body lightly crossing the window frame and floating into the living room. She maintained her hovering state, feet off the ground, and floated directly above the kitchen island. To prove her divine power, Joanne's gaze locked onto the glass water pitcher filled with tap water on the counter. The red light in her eye sockets suddenly condensed. Two red beams, as thin as hair but containing terrifying high temperatures, precisely struck the bottom of the glass pitcher. A piercing hissing sound rang out instantly. In less than 2 seconds, the full liter of cold water in the pitcher boiled instantly, churning out intense white steam. Yet that ordinary glass pitcher, under such extreme high temperature heating, miraculously did not shatter, which was enough to show the terrifying microscopic level of control she had over her energy output. Joanne retracted her heat vision, slightly lifted her chin, and stared at Shu Jie with her azure blue eyes. That look seemed to say, "See that? This is the power of a god." Shu Jie quietly watched this 5-second solo show of superpowers. He could feel the scorching hot air emanating from the pitcher hitting his face. He walked to the counter, extended a finger, and lightly touched the plastic handle of the glass pitcher. The originally hard black plastic handle, having been too close to the heating point, was now softened and deformed, even emitting a faint burnt smell. Shu Jie withdrew his hand and looked up to meet Joanne's expectant gaze. Temperature control precision is not bad. Shu Jie's voice rang out in the kitchen. But you melted my pitcher handle. And his gaze moved downward, landing on the pair of red combat boots Joanne was wearing as she floated in midair. The treads of the boots were caked with dark mud, likely from some crime scene she had stepped on. As she hovered in midair, a few dried mud spots were falling onto the clean wooden floor due to gravity. Your boots are very dirty. Since your control over your superpowers is so precise, why not use that energy for something more constructive? Shu Jie turned around and walked toward the washroom. A few seconds later, he walked out holding a blue sponge mop and handed it directly to Joanne, who was still hovering in midair. Joanne's gaze shifted from the melted pitcher handle to the cheap plastic mop. Her azure blue pupils contracted violently. The red light that had just extinguished in her eye sockets flared up again in an instant, this time much more blindingly than before. The color on the radar panel instantly turned from green to red. Current emotion: shock, anger, disbelief. You want me to mop the floor? Joanne's voice was filled with a chilling, teeth-gritting coldness. The temperature of the surrounding air climbed sharply, and her stars and stripes cape billowed without any wind. Shu Jie's hand holding the mop was steady, without a trace of trembling. He looked directly into those eyes that could shoot lasers at any moment. Sorry, I don't do that whole superhero worship thing. Shu Jie's tone was undeniably calm. In this apartment, there are only a landlord and a guest. You dirtied the floor, you clean it up yourself. That's the rule here. The air fell into a deathly silence. The tomato beef brisket in the clay pot made a bubbling sound, and the rich meaty aroma permeated the space between the two. Joanne stared intensely at Shu Jie. Two voices were warring frantically in her mind. One voice screamed to burn this building to the ground and turn this audacious mortal into ashes, while the other voice greedily inhaled the aroma of the meal, longing for this kind of equal treatment without any hypocrisy or scheming. Time passed second by second. Finally, the red light in Joanne's eyes flickered a few times and reluctantly dimmed. Her body, which had been hovering in midair, slowly descended, and her combat boots made a dull thud as they landed on the wooden floor. She snatched the sponge mop from Shu Jie's hand, her movements rough and filled with resentment. If I use too much force and poke a hole in your floor, you'd better not complain to me. She gritted her teeth, threw out a harsh remark, and turned to walk toward the spot where the mud spots had fallen. Shu Jie let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. His undershirt was already soaked with cold sweat. He turned around, picked up the oven mitts, and lifted the lid of the clay pot. An even richer sweet and sour aroma instantly rose up. Dinner will be ready in 10 minutes. Shu Jie said, his back to Joanne as he stirred the beef brisket with a ladle. By the way, mop the dust near the balcony too. A clean dining environment aids digestion. Behind him came the sound of the mop slamming heavily onto the floor, accompanied by Joanne's suppressed snort. The most powerful superwoman in this world was currently clumsily holding a plastic mop worth a few $dozen, mopping back and forth in a living room of less than 100 square meters. Because her strength was too great, the sponge head squeezed out a harsh friction sound against the wooden floor. Her stars and stripes suit, a symbol of absolute power, looked somewhat ridiculous as she bent over to mop. Shujae caught a glimpse of this scene out of the corner of his eye, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a distinct arc. Current emotion. Frustrated but compromising, eerily secure, bottom line acceptance. Psychological defense. Roommate, identity setting accepted. The system's ghostly blue text immediately appeared in the center of his vision. Condition met. Extracting funds. Obtained legal funds. $1,500,000. $1.5 million. Shu Jae looked at this deposit, feeling no fluctuation in his heart. Compared to the previous 30 million, this money could only be considered a small bonus. But its significance was far more important than the money itself. It meant that Joanne had completely accepted the rules he had set within this space. A dozen minutes later, the wooden square table in the dining room was set with 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. A pot of bright red, tender, and flavorful tomato beef brisket was placed right in the center. Beside it were a few plates of refreshing side dishes. Joanne tossed the innocent mop casually at the bathroom door and strode to the dining table to sit down. Her face was practically written with, "I am very unhappy right now," but her movements in picking up the chopsticks were not slow at all. She took a piece of beef brisket, coated in rich tomato sauce, into her mouth. The sweet and sour texture and the rich fragrance of the beef instantly melted on her taste buds. Joanne's chewing paused slightly, and her tense shoulder lines uncontrollably relaxed. She didn't speak, just silently accelerated her eating speed. Shu Jae sat opposite her, eating the rice in his bowl slowly and methodically. The design of that mop is definitely problematic. Joanne swallowed the food in her mouth, eyes fixed on the beef in the pot, her tone carrying a hint of feigned arrogance to save face. Its weight distribution is extremely uneven, and the sponge's water absorption rate doesn't meet fluid mechanics standards at all. The cleaning robots at Vought Tower are 10,000 times better than it. Shu Jae picked up a piece of tomato and put it in his mouth. Then tomorrow you can consider spending your own money to buy a cleaning robot and keep it here. Provided it doesn't scratch my wooden floor. Joanne looked up and glared at him. In your dreams. Vought's custom robots all have monitoring backdoors installed, and I certainly don't want Madeline to know that I'm eating this kind of cheap stew here. She emphasized the word, cheap, heavily, but her chopsticks reaching toward the clay pot didn't pause at all. The top floor of Vought Tower, the vice president's office. Outside the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, Manhattan's morning rush-hour traffic looked like slow-moving, glowing veins. The office's climate control system emitted a barely audible hum, and the air was filled with the scent of expensive cold brew coffee. Madeline Stillwell sat behind a massive black desk, her fingers tapping lightly on the armrest of her leather chair. On the electronic screen in front of her, a cross-analysis report, rushed out overnight by the PR and data analysis teams, was displayed. The report's title was marked in bold, bright red font, Analysis of Recent Behavioral Trajectories and Psychological Threshold Fluctuations of the Seven's leader, Joanne. Standing opposite the desk was Ashley. This actual executor of the PR department was currently nervously pulling at a lock of her hair, her dark circles so heavy that even thick concealer couldn't cover them. According to the latest data summary, Ashley's voice was a bit tight, her gaze shifting between the screen and Madeline's expressionless face. Over the past 2 weeks, the average duration of Joanne's smiles in public has dropped by 15%. She swallowed hard and flipped to the next page of the report. But that isn't the most abnormal thing. The most abnormal thing is, her threshold for destructive impulses has increased significantly. Madeline's fingers, which had been tapping the armrest, stopped. She narrowed her eyes slightly, signaling for Ashley to continue. Previously, if she encountered negative media reviews or unruly fans at events, Joanne would usually exhibit intense restlessness. Her heart rate and skin temperature would show abnormal spikes, requiring your face-to-face, soothing. Ashley's tone became very cautious when she said the word, soothing. But in the recent crisis PR incidents, her physiological data has been surprisingly stable. She didn't smash the lounge mirror due to slight fluctuations in approval ratings. Even during yesterday's 3-hour-long boring hearing, she didn't show any signs of annoyance. Ashley closed the folder and offered her final conclusion. She has become emotionally stable. For an ordinary person, emotional stability is a virtue. But for Vought International, a God, who doesn't need them to provide emotional value and doesn't need Madeline to provide psychological intervention is the most lethal threat. The core of Vaught's control over Joanne was never those so-called genetic drugs, but that pathological psychological dependency, the inability to survive independently without them. Once this dependency is broken, this star-making empire could be overturned by her at any moment. Madeline leaned back in her chair, her long legs crossed. Her face still wore that impeccable professional smile, but a hint of barely concealed gloom flashed in the depths of her eyes. This is illogical. Madeline's voice was soft but carried an unquestionable sense of oppression. There is only one reason why a person who has always been in a state of hunger would suddenly lose interest in food. She raised her eyelids and stared sharply at Ashley. She has been fed elsewhere. Ashley shuddered, and the folder in her hand almost fell to the floor. Madam Vice President, do you mean, someone is secretly contacting her? But how is that possible? Her schedule is so packed, and we have round-the-clock security. Security. Madeline sneered, do you think those retired special forces soldiers making a few $1,000 can keep an eye on a monster that can fly at speeds over Mach 2 and hide in the stratosphere at any moment? She stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and looked down at the bustling city beneath her feet. Retrieve the location data from her suit. I want to know where she actually went during those blank times not on the PR schedule. Ashley swallowed with some difficulty, a layer of fine sweat breaking out on her forehead. We tried that yesterday. The GPS module on the suit had 7 irregular signal interruptions over the past half-month. The technical department's explanation was that Joanne broke the sound barrier while flying, and the powerful electrostatic field caused hardware failure. Idiots. Madeline turned around, the smile on her face vanishing completely. Do you really think that was electrostatic field interference? That was her intentionally blocking the signal. She has her own secrets now, and we know nothing. The air pressure in the office dropped to freezing point. Ashley lowered her head, not daring to even breathe hard. She knew Madeline's methods all too well. This woman, who could tame the most dangerous superhero like a dog, would definitely take the most extreme measures once she felt her control was being challenged. Go investigate. Madeline walked back to her desk and pressed the speakerphone button on the intercom. Utilize all of Vaught's resources. Traffic cameras, satellite surveillance, even her credit card transaction records. I want to know who she has been in contact with over these past 2 weeks. Do not overlook any clues. She cut the call, her gaze falling on Joanne's perfect smiling face on the electronic screen, her eyes turning cold and dangerous. No matter what the source providing emotional value to Joanne is, whether it's a stray dog or some foolhardy ordinary person, she would mercilessly eliminate it. A marionette should just stay obediently on the stage. At the same time in Queens, inside Shu Jae's apartment. The early autumn morning carried a hint of chill. Shu Jae was wearing a loose knit sweater, standing in front of the open kitchen counter, holding a small peeler and concentrating on processing some fresh potatoes. That tomato beef brisket was clearly to that ancestor's taste. Although she still complained a few times before leaving that the sofa wasn't soft enough, the green glow on the radar representing satisfaction couldn't lie. Shu Jae cut the peeled potatoes into uniform shreds and soaked them in clear water to remove excess starch. He needed to prepare some light and refreshing side dishes to neutralize the greasiness brought by those high-calorie meats. Hot and sour shredded potatoes were a good choice. The phone in his pocket vibrated. Shu Jae wiped his hands and took out his phone. An encrypted dark web message popped up on the screen. This was the daily briefing sent by an information broker he had hired on the black market using his Great Wall Capital account. When he decided to take this meal that could cost him his head, Shu Jae knew clearly that Vought International was definitely not blind. Joanne's frequent changes in whereabouts would sooner or later arouse the vigilance of that old fox, Madeline. He needed an intelligence network of his own. The content of the message was very brief, containing only a few encrypted characters. But Shu Jae understood the meaning at a glance. Large-scale abnormal calls in Vaught's internal monitoring system. Target: New York City East Queens low-altitude airspace. Shu Jae put down his phone and glanced at the sky outside the window. What should come will come. Madeline had already started investigating Joanne's whereabouts. Although Joanne would deliberately avoid ground traffic cameras every time she flew to the apartment, and even use electromagnetic fields to interfere with the locator on her suit, as long as Vought was determined to investigate, there was no such thing as an airtight wall in this world. His flat would sooner or later be exposed to Vaught's sight. Shu Jae scooped out the soaked shredded potatoes, drained the water, and poured them into a hot wok. Sizzle. White vinegar met the hot oil, igniting a strong and pungent sour aroma that instantly filled the entire kitchen. Shu Jae skillfully tossed the wok, his expression calm. He wasn't afraid of exposure. From the very beginning, he never expected to hide Joanne in this room forever. In this game, his real trump card was never how well he could hide, but how much weight he carried in Joanne's heart. As long as Madeline dared to touch him, it would directly trigger Joanne's long-suppressed reverse scale. But the premise was that he had to make sufficient defensive preparations before Vaught's butcher knife fell. Shu Jae plated the stir-fried shredded potatoes and placed them on the dining table. He walked to the coffee table, picked up his laptop, and logged back into the Great Wall Capital backend. Over the past half-month, the funds generated by the system had been snowballing, becoming larger and larger. Using these funds, he not only quietly absorbed a large amount of Vaught's retail shares in the stock market but also secretly invested in several key infrastructure projects in New York City through several offshore shell companies. Capital is the most effective weapon against capital. Besides that, he also needed a physical trump card capable of saving his life at a critical moment. Relying solely on the steel body from the system, which only worked in bed or during hugs, was clearly not enough when facing Vaught's professional killers. Shu Jae tapped his fingers on the keyboard a few times, pulling up an encrypted floor plan of an underground facility. That was Frenchie's underground laboratory. In the original plot, this Frenchman proficient in chemistry and weapon manufacturing was the core technical support of the boys. Shu Jae had already injected a large sum of R&D funds into Frenchie's account through the identity of an anonymous benefactor. This money was enough to let that perpetually strapped for cash underground laboratory upgrade its equipment. What he needed wasn't just the gadgets Frenchie developed against superhumans, but more importantly, he needed to use this line to establish his own intelligence intersection in this chaotic world. Just as Shu Jae was focusing on the data flow on the screen, a slight sound of metal rubbing came from the apartment door. That sound wasn't a knock, but some sharp tool attempting to pry the lock open. Shu Jae's fingers, which were tapping the keyboard, stopped. He closed the laptop screen, softened his breathing, and locked his gaze through the living room hallway onto the closed security door. The sound outside the door continued, without making any unnecessary noise. The person on the other side was clearly not an ordinary thief. Did Vaught's people find him so quickly? Shu Jae stood up and reached into the hidden compartment under the coffee table, pulling out a heavy Glock pistol. This was something he had bought through black market channels for self-defense, and the bullet was already chambered. He leaned behind the wall at the corner of the hallway, gripping the gun in his hand, his heart rate gradually accelerating. When facing Joanne, he could rely on psychological maneuvering and the system radar to cope. But when facing Vaught's professional agents, any fancy rhetoric would be futile. Click. The crisp sound of the lock being picked echoed. The security door was pushed open a crack. Light from the hallway filtered in, casting a long, narrow shadow on the floor. A man wearing a gray work jacket and a baseball cap slipped into the apartment. His movements were agile, like a cat sneaking into the darkness. The man closed the door, his right hand habitually reaching toward his lower back. Shu Jae held his breath, his finger resting on the trigger. Just then, the man suddenly raised his head, his gaze precisely locking onto the corner where Shu Jae was hiding. Under the baseball cap, a face covered in stubble with extremely sinister eyes was revealed. Butcher. The leader of the boys. Shu Jae's hand holding the gun dropped slightly by half an inch. He hadn't expected that at this critical juncture, the first one to come knocking wouldn't be a Vought killer, but this mad dog with an extremely keen sense of smell. Put that toy away, kid. Butcher grinned, revealing a malicious sneer. He walked unceremoniously to the center of the living room, his gaze sweeping over the plate of steaming shredded potatoes on the dining table and the thin blanket neatly folded on the sofa. Looks like the scent I picked up was right. Butcher turned his head, staring at Shu Jae as he walked out from the corner, his eyes filled with a chilling fanaticism. In here, not only is there the scent of food, but there's also a strong stench, the stench of that son of a fool monster. The Glock in Shu Jae's hand pointed steadily forward. The cold metallic touch of the gun frame transmitted through his palm, barely suppressing the accelerating heartbeat in his chest. Facing William Butcher was a completely different concept from facing Joanne. Joanne was a god who craved validation and was emotionally unstable. As long as one soothed her by following her weaknesses, one could resolve the danger. But the butcher in front of him was a lone wolf who had lost his reason, a madman who could treat anyone as a bargaining chip for the sake of revenge. At this distance, if Butcher were to suddenly attack, Shu Jae's body, a normal person's without any superhuman enhancement, would absolutely not have any advantage. Your nose is indeed very sensitive, Shu Jae said, his gaze locked onto Butcher's shoulder muscles, guarding against any sudden movement from the other man. But your judgment is clearly flawed. If the monster you speak of were really in this room right now, you wouldn't have a chance to stand here and sniff for scents. You would have turned into a human painting hanging on the wall a second ago. The sneer on Butcher's face froze for half a second. His sinister eyes sized up Shu Jae, his gaze scanning back and forth between the pitch-black muzzle and Shu Jae's expressionless face. A 20-year-old ordinary college student, in a situation where someone had broken in and threatened him with words, not only did not have a trembling hand while holding a gun, but could also conduct anti-logical deductions with clear reasoning. This in itself was a jarring thing. Quite gutsy, kid, Butcher let out a low, gravelly laugh. He raised both hands, palms outward, made an insincere gesture of surrender, and slowly backed away. I'm just a helpful community patrolman, stopping by to see the new neighbor. Butcher retreated to the security door, reached out and grabbed the doorknob, his eyes turning cold as a knife again. But a friendly reminder, playing house with that crazy fool draped in the flag is a one-way ticket to hell. Good luck. Accompanied by a slight metallic clatter, the security door was closed again. The corridor fell completely silent. Shu Jae stood in place, maintaining the posture of holding the gun, waiting for a full 5 seconds before quickly walking to the door and confirming through the peephole that there was no one outside. He locked the security door, engaged the safety chain, and his tense shoulders finally slumped. A fine layer of cold sweat had seeped out on his back, causing waves of chilliness against his knit sweater. Butcher's sense of smell was far sharper than he had expected. Just by relying on the lingering scent in the air, he could track Joanne's whereabouts. The boys had entered the game, and VOD International's actions would only be faster. The time window left for him to develop and plan was being forcibly compressed. Shu Jae put the handgun back into the hidden compartment under the coffee table and walked to the dining table. The aroma of that plate of hot and sour shredded potatoes had been diluted quite a bit by the tense atmosphere just now. He had no appetite to touch the food, so he turned around, picked up the laptop on the sofa, and continued to write the unfinished offshore fund transfer program. At the same time, in the center of Manhattan, on the 99th floor of Vought Tower, thick soundproof glass completely blocked out the hustle and bustle of New York City. Madeline Stillwell sat behind a large black desk, holding a cup of cold brew coffee that had already gone cold. Ashley stood across from the desk, holding an encrypted tablet computer. The technical department cross-referenced the atmospheric disturbance data from the past half-month. Ashley swallowed, her voice sounding a bit shaky in the empty office. Since the tracking signal of the suit was blocked, they called upon meteorological satellites. Ms. Joanne generates specific thermal trails and airflow anomalies when flying at high speeds. We overlaid this anomalous data onto the map. Ashley stepped forward and placed the tablet on Madeline's desk. The screen displayed a 3D map of New York City. Above an ordinary residential complex in Queens, dozens of dense red highlighted trajectories were intertwined. These trajectories all converged at the location of the same high-rise apartment building. She goes here almost every night, Ashley said, sweat beading on her forehead, keeping her head down, not daring to look into Madeline's eyes. The duration of her stay ranges from 1 hour to the whole night. Madeline put down the coffee cup in her hand. She did not get angry. One could not even see any emotional fluctuations on her face. She just stretched out her slender finger and gently swiped on the tablet screen. The map zoomed in, locking onto the specific floor of that apartment building, and immediately popped up the identity file of the tenant. An Asian face that looked slightly youthful appeared on the screen. Shu Jae. 20 years old. Exchange student at Godolphin University. Ashley looked at the pitifully thin file and quickly reported, parents both deceased, left with an inheritance. No criminal record, has never participated in any gatherings of superhuman rights organizations, and there are no markers of compound V in his blood samples. He is just a normal person with no background. Madeline stared at the Asian youth with calm eyes in the photo, a cold arc curling at the corner of her mouth. A superhuman woman who possessed world-destroying power and was packaged by Vought International as a perfect god, secretly blocking signals every night to sneak off to a run-down apartment in Queens to see an ordinary male college student. This sounded like a clumsy romantic comedy. But Madeline never believed in comedies. In the world of Vought International, any variable that deviated from the script was a fatal poison. The source of Joanne's abnormally stable emotions recently, as well as that sense of alienation faintly revealed when facing her, had finally been found. This ordinary person named Shu Jae was using some unknown method to replace Vought International's position in Joanne's heart. No background. Madeline chuckled, the sound resembling nails scratching across glass. A mouse that has snuck into a vault, no matter how ordinary it is still a mouse. She reached out and pressed a hidden button under the desk. The air in the office fell into a deathly silence. About 30 seconds later, that thick double door made of mahogany swung open silently inward. A tall, slender figure glided into the room like a ghost. He was wrapped from head to toe in pure black armor, and even his face was completely covered by a black mesh mask, not revealing an inch of skin. He made no footsteps when walking, and even the frequency of his breathing was deliberately lowered to the limit, as if he himself were a part of the shadows of this office. Member of the Seven, the silent killer, Black Noir. When Ashley saw Black Noir enter, she instinctively shrank to the side, her eyes revealing unconcealable fear. Madeline turned the tablet around and pushed it to the edge of the desk, the screen facing Black Noir. Queens, that high-rise apartment on the 42nd block. Remember this face. Madeline's voice returned to that elegance and coldness of controlling everything. She looked at Black Noir's expressionless black mask and issued the order. I want to know what the hell he is doing. Find out his background, his purpose, and what means he used to bewitch our number one asset. Black Noir stood quietly in place, neither nodding nor making any sound, just letting his gaze linger on the photo on the screen for 2 seconds. Do not alert Joanne. Madeline picked up her coffee cup, concealing the killing intent in her eyes. After you find out the situation, if this mouse really has any ulterior motives, or attempts to pose a threat to Vought International. She placed the coffee cup heavily onto the coaster. Handle it cleanly. I don't want to see any negative reports about this apartment in tomorrow morning's news. Black Noir tilted his head slightly, which counted as a gesture of confirmation. Subsequently, just as he had arrived, he dissolved silently into the shadows of the corridor. Night had descended upon Queens. Occasional wails of sirens drifted in from the streets outside. Shu Jae sat cross-legged on the Persian rug spread across the living room floor, gripping a black wireless game controller. On the TV screen, the dazzling combo effects of a fighting game were flashing. The sound of fists meeting flesh and the exaggerated roars of the game commentator blared from the speakers. The events of the day had drained too much of his energy. Butcher's probing, like that of a starving wolf, and the warning from dark web intelligence that Vought International had begun sweeping this airspace, weighed on his chest like 2 heavy stones. He needed to do something to distract himself and let his tightly coiled nerves relax a little. A subtle disturbance in the airflow came from outside the balcony. Immediately after, the sound of high-heeled combat boots stepping onto the wooden floor rang out behind him. That slightly chilly air from the stratosphere, mixed with a hint of expensive perfume, silently invaded the territory of the living room. Shu Jae did not turn around. His gaze remained locked on the screen, his thumbs rapidly working the joystick and buttons, maneuvering the fighter onscreen to execute a beautiful aerial combo. KO. The giant word, victory, popped up on the screen. Shu Jae let out a long breath, finally set down the controller, and turned his head. Joanne was standing behind the sofa. Today, she wasn't wearing that eye-catching stars and stripes suit. Instead, she had changed into a gray turtleneck sweater and a pair of slim-fitting black trousers. This casual, homey attire diminished the divine aura about her, making her look more like a young girl who had just gotten off work and was utterly exhausted. Her gaze was fixed on the TV screen, which was currently displaying the victory results. Her azure eyes held a condescending scrutiny, along with a trace of imperceptible curiosity. Is this the stupid toy you mortals use to kill time? Joanne's voice carried her usual arrogance. Manipulating a few fake, pixelated characters to beat each other up, just to gain that pathetic sense of achievement. Shu Jae stood up from the rug, walked over to a nearby storage cabinet, and picked up another spare controller. He tossed the controller in his hand a couple of times. This is called esports, or a way to decompress that lets people temporarily forget the crappy reality. Shu Jae looked at her arrogant demeanor, the corners of his mouth curling up. What, does the all-powerful #1 hero of Bot International think this kind of button-mashing game is too simple and beneath her? Joanne let out a cold snort. She walked around the sofa and sat directly on the rug, her legs crossed casually. She extended one hand, palm up. Give me that plastic shell. I'll let you know that whether in reality or in that glowing box, I can crush you into pieces. Shu Jae handed her the controller and took the opportunity to add a reminder. The plastic shell of this thing is very fragile, the joystick can't withstand your grip strength that crushes bulletproof glass. If it breaks, your late-night snack for tonight is cancelled. Joanne rolled her eyes at him and gripped the controller somewhat awkwardly. She looked down at the dense array of buttons, her brow furrowing slightly, as if evaluating this illogical layout. The game restarted. The two chose their respective characters. Shu Jae picked an agile ninja, while Joanne set her sights on a hulking, heavily muscled brawler that looked devastatingly powerful. You can move once the countdown ends. The left side controls direction, and the 4 buttons on the right are for punches and kicks, combining them lets you use special moves. Shu Jae explained the rules simply. Are you ready? Shut up, stop blathering. Joanne's gaze was fixed intently on the screen. The moment the fight sign flashed, her fingers pressed down heavily. On the screen, the heavy brawler clumsily jumped forward and threw a meaningless heavy punch into the air. Shu Jae didn't hold back. His thumb traced a semicircle on the D-pad, and the ninja character instantly turned into a blur, executing a slide, an uppercut, and an aerial combo, the entire sequence flowing like water. Joanne's character was kicked back and forth in midair like a punching bag, its health bar depleting at a visible rate. Round 1. You're dead. Shu Jae put down the controller and picked up the water glass beside him to take a sip. Joanne was stunned. She looked at the character lying motionless on the screen, then looked down at the plastic controller in her hands. A trace of confusion flashed in her azure eyes. In her 20 years of life, the concept of failure had never existed. Whether facing mutants or terrorists, she only needed to glance at them, and they would be reduced to ash. That one doesn't count. Joanne gritted her teeth and sat up straight again. This character's movements are too slow, and there's lag in the feedback from these buttons. Shu Jae set down his water glass, suppressing a laugh, and pressed the rematch button. Fine, again. In the second round, 5 seconds after starting, Joanne's character was backed into a corner again. She began to get agitated. Her thumbs pressed frantically and haphazardly on the buttons, the controller's shell emitting a teeth-grinding creak. She tried to use real-world violence to compensate for her lack of skill, but the game program only recognized input commands, not super strength. On the screen, the muscle man flailed his arms around wildly in place, only to have Shu Jae's ninja seize the opening and finish him off with a special move. KO. The system's mechanical female voice echoed in the living room, sounding exceptionally grating. Third round, crushing defeat. Fourth round, no ability to fight back. Fifth round. As the blood-red words, "You lose," popped up on the screen one after another, the air pressure in the living room began to undergo a subtle change. The originally comfortable room temperature was climbing at an abnormal frequency. The air became dry, carrying even a faint, scorched smell. Shu Jae stopped his fingers from pressing the buttons. He noticed that the poor plastic controller was groaning in pain in her palms, and tiny cracks had already appeared along the seams of the shell. Her breathing became heavy, and her chest heaved violently. This is completely unfair. Joanne jerked her head up, staring daggers at the TV screen. It was the first time Shu Jae had seen such pure, sore loser rage in anyone's eyes. The skin around her eye sockets quickly engorged with blood, and deep within her azure pupils, that scarlet glow representing destruction erupted without warning, like ignited magma. The blinding red light illuminated the dim living room. The surrounding temperature instantly reached a dangerous critical point. Under the interference of this thermal radiation, the TV screen began to show large areas of static and distorted ripples. The radar panel at the edge of his retina flashed madly with deep red alerts. Current emotion. Extremely frustrated, enraged, destructive desire. She was going to burn that TV. Just because she had lost 5 games in a row in a common fighting game, her fragile and warped self-esteem couldn't take it, and she was attempting to erase the traces of failure by destroying the physical medium. Shu Jae's brain raced. It didn't matter that this TV was worth a few $100s, what mattered was that if he let her vent her rage on objects now, the civilian rules she had just established in this apartment would completely collapse. She would turn back into that high and mighty Homelander. He couldn't back down. Shu Jae didn't care about the high temperature capable of melting steel. He leaned forward directly and extended his right hand, his palm crossing the distance between them. Thwack! A crisp sound exploded in the living room. Shu Jae's palm landed firmly and solidly on Joanne's smooth forehead. The force wasn't great, but in this tense atmosphere, it was incredibly insulting. The feeling of impact was like hitting a hard steel plate, and a numbing, dull pain instantly shot through Shu Jae's palm. But the effect of this action was immediate. The 2000-degree heat vision about to erupt from Joanne's eyes was like a light bulb unplugged from its power source. It extinguished instantly with a whoosh. The high temperature in the living room dissipated suddenly. The static on the TV screen flickered twice before returning to the normal fighting results screen. The air fell into a deathly stagnation. Joanne released the game controller in her hand. The broken plastic shell fell onto the thick rug, making a dull thud. She stiffly raised her hand and touched her forehead. There wasn't even a red mark left there, but the expression on her face was filled with as much disbelief as if she had just seen the earth destroyed. She turned her head, her azure eyes wide open, staring blankly at Shu Jae's hand, which he hadn't fully retracted yet. You. Joanne's voice was a bit dry, and even that usual high and mighty pressure had vanished without a trace. You hit me. In her perception, a normal person's fist landing on her wouldn't even count as a scratch. But no one had ever dared to perform this kind of action, akin to disciplining a child, against her. A mortal had slapped her on the forehead just as she was preparing to unleash her heat vision. Shu Jae withdrew his hand, unobtrusively rubbing his numb palm against his pant leg. He looked at Joanne's bewildered expression, his tone devoid of any fear, instead carrying a sternness of someone disappointed by another's failure to improve. I hit you because you deserved it. Shu Jae pointed to the nearly falling apart controller on the rug. You can't handle losing a game, so you want to smash the TV. Is this how Bot International's PR department usually teaches you to face setbacks? Joanne's lips moved, as if she wanted to retort with her, I am a god, theory, but the extremely faint, lingering sensation on her forehead caused her rebuttal to get stuck in her throat. The deep red alert on the radar panel quietly faded away, turning into a pale yellow mixed with confusion, grievance, and a hint of strange emotion. The design of this game is flawed. She lowered her head, avoiding Shu Jae's eyes, and muttered in a low voice. This rebuttal was pale and powerless, completely lacking the world-destroying aura from just a moment ago. Shu Jae looked at her guilty appearance, which looked just like a gaming-addicted teenage girl caught in the act, and his tightly coiled nerves finally relaxed completely. If you're bad, practice more. Don't make excuses. Shu Jae sat up straight again, picked up his own controller, and brought up the game's character selection screen. One more round. This time, I'll pick the weakest character and play one-handed. If you lose again and dare to glare at me, I'm kicking you out of this apartment. Joanne jerked her head up, a stubborn refusal to lose igniting in those clear blue eyes. She snatched up the controller with the cracked shell from the rug and pressed the confirm button forcefully. Don't look down on me. That was just me not being used to the buttons. This round, I'm absolutely going to beat that ridiculous ninja of yours off the screen. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Black Robe. Starting with a seductive female version of Homelander. Part 2. The eerie blue light emitted by the TV screen flickered incessantly in the dim living room. The sound of the joystick violently rubbing against the plastic casing and the crisp tapping of buttons intertwined. Joanne sat cross-legged on the carpet, her body leaning forward unconsciously, almost pressing against the screen. Her lips were tightly pursed, and she even deliberately slowed her breathing, all her attention focused on that bulky heavy armored fighter. Shu Jae followed the rules. He chose a fringe character with rock-bottom stats and only used one hand to operate the controller. Even so, Joanne still appeared flustered when facing blocks and feints that required precise micromanagement. Her game character was forced into the corner of the screen, with only a sliver of red health remaining. Shu Jae's peripheral vision swept over Joanne's tense profile. His thumb paused for half a second on the directional pad, deliberately revealing a not-so-obvious opening. Joanne, who had been on the receiving end, accurately captured this 0.5-second window. She pressed the attack button heavily. The muscular male character on the screen let out a roar, and a slow but devastating combo landed solidly on Shu Jae's ninja. The already fragile ninja's health bar instantly dropped to 0, and it fell powerlessly to the ground. KO. The giant, victory, text occupied the entire screen, and golden special effect debris fell in a flurry. Joanne let out a long, heavy breath that had been pent up in her chest. She didn't cheer excitedly like an ordinary player. She just watched the pixelated character on the screen repeatedly striking a victory pose, her shoulders slowly slumping, and her whole body leaning against the edge of the sofa as if dehydrated. Shu Jae put down the spare controller in his hand and reached for the water glass on the coffee table. At that moment, the empathy radar at the edge of his retina lit up silently. The color on the panel did not show the green color representing joy that should follow a victory, but instead churned with a suppressed dark blue. Current emotion. Brief relief, deep-seated panic, self-worth doubt. Psychological defense. Fear of her own mediocrity after being depowered. Shu Jae's hand holding the water glass stopped in midair. He turned his head and looked at Joanne, who was leaning against the sofa. She kept her head down, her long golden hair falling to cover most of her face. The fingertips of her hands gripping the controller were trembling slightly and uncontrollably. In the past 20 years of her life, Bot International had forged her into a god without weaknesses. Madeline had used day after day brainwashing to tell her that only by being indestructible and remaining perfect forever would she be needed. Tonight, stripped of her heat vision and steel body, in this ordinary game that only tested reaction speed and skill, she had lost 5 games in a row. Even though she won the last game, she knew very well in her heart that it was the result of Shu Jae throwing the game. This sense of frustration was like a tiny poisonous needle, precisely piercing her seemingly indestructible shell, dragging out the little girl deep inside her who had grown up in a laboratory and feared being destroyed as a defective product. She was afraid that after taking off that stars and stripes suit, she would be nothing. Shu Jae sighed inwardly. He put the water glass back in its original place, leaned a little towards Joanne, reached out, and pulled the game controller from her somewhat stiff fingers. Your palms are all sweaty. Shu Jie pulled out 2 tissues, stuffed them into her hands, and said in a casual tone, "It's just a stupid game, is it worth getting yourself so nervous over?" Joanne clutched the tissues without looking up. Madeline said that VOT International doesn't need flawed exhibits. Her voice was very low, carrying a chill as if soaked in ice water. If I cannot be the best at everything, the way those people look at me will change. They will think I have no value and will start looking for the next replacement. This was the first time she had revealed her inner fears in such straightforward words in this room. Turn your head and look at me. Shu Jie's voice was not loud, but it carried a steady power that could penetrate her psychological defenses. Joanne hesitated for 2 seconds and slowly raised her head. Those azure eyes were filled with fine bloodshot veins, like a young beast lost in a storm, ready to bite at any moment. This is not a display stand at VOT Tower, and I am not one of those shareholders who needs you to maintain a perfect image. Shu Jie looked directly into her eyes, his gaze calm and deep. You can't even tell the difference between shredded potatoes and peppercorns. You're so bad at console games that I need to use one hand to let you win, and you can even break the sponge mop when I ask you to mop the floor. Shu Jie listed one by one the silly things she had done in this apartment. Joanne's breathing hitched slightly, her already tense body began to shrink back, and a sense of embarrassment and panic at having her cards exposed welled up in her eyes. Just as she was preparing to use anger to cover up this embarrassment, Shu Jie changed the subject. But so what? Shu Jie softened his tone, his voice flowing slowly in the quiet living room. You don't need to be invincible to prove that you are qualified to sit on this carpet. Even if you lose all the games, even if you never learn how to use a mop in your whole life, you can still knock on my door on time every night and eat the tomato beef brisket I make. The panic in Joanne's eyes froze. VOT International needs a weapon without emotions. Shu Jie looked at her, completing the final piece of the puzzle, but here, I only need a roommate who can watch boring animal documentaries with me. Your existence itself, in this room, is the greatest value. This passage was like a precise scalpel, cutting open the hard concrete that VOT International had wrapped around her heart for 20 years, letting all the accumulated panic and inferiority flow out. The dark blue data stream on the empathy radar began to churn violently, then, like thick fog dispersed by sunlight, it quickly faded away, transforming into a bright, warm, pure green. Joanne stared blankly at Shu Jie. There was no calculation in those deep black eyes, only a tolerance that treated her as an ordinary girl. She felt a warm, sour sensation deep in her eye sockets, and something that had been missing for a long time, known as a sense of security, filled her chest like a breached flood. She shifted her body. In this living room with no outsiders, this superwoman who was enough to make the whole world tremble, like a weary traveler who had finally found a safe haven, slowly moved closer to Shu Jie. She reached out with both hands, her movements somewhat stiff, even carrying a bit of cautious probing, tentatively wrapping them around Shu Jie's left arm. Shu Jie's body stiffened slightly. Through the thin fabric of his knit sweater, he could feel the temperature of Joanne's hands and the weight of her slowly leaning over. She pressed her cheek against the outside of Shu Jie's arm, curling herself into a posture extremely lacking in a sense of security. Core psychological defense reconstruction complete. Perfect empathy radar determination. Target has developed attachment. Raising progress triggered hidden node. Capital extraction pool expanded. Obtained legal funds. $50 million. Note: the funds have been laundered through legal premiums generated by cross-border venture capital M&A cases. As tax-free assets, they have been transferred to the host's Great Wall Capital Core vault under a real name account. $50 million. Shu Jie looked at the astronomical numbers jumping on the system panel without reaching for the phone placed aside to confirm. He just adjusted his sitting posture so that Joanne, who was leaning on his arm, could be more comfortable. His right hand remained on his knee, not making any unnecessary response or soothing action, just like an old tree rooted in the soil, steadily bearing her weight. Sunlight pierced through the steel forest of Manhattan, casting distinct grid-like shadows onto the carpet. Shu Jie opened his eyes. A distinct sense of numbness radiated from his left arm. The tingling sensation caused by restricted blood circulation made him frown slightly. The sofa beside him was empty. Joanne had already left. If not for the blanket folded neatly into a square and placed to the side, along with the lingering scent of cold perfume in the air, the girl who had shed all her defenses last night and curled up in his arms seeking shelter would have felt like an illusory dream. Shu Jae flexed his stiff wrists and stood up from the carpet. He walked to the coffee table and picked up the laptop, which was still in standby mode. As the screen lit up, the long string of digits representing $50 million in Great Wall Capital's offshore core account sat quietly in his field of view. This massive sum of capital was proof that Joanne had completely opened her heart to him. Shu Jae did not linger. Holding a cup of black coffee, he sat down at the computer and tapped on the keyboard. He broke the $50 million into smaller portions, dispersing them through over a dozen complex transnational channels. One portion continued to be invested in Nasdaq, nibbling away at Vought International's retail stocks like ants moving house, while another portion flowed through encrypted dark web channels to an anonymous account located in the New York underground with the codename Frenchie. In New York City, at an electronics retail store in Queens. The old incandescent light on the ceiling emitted a faint electrical hum. An entire wall of display televisions was tuned to the same news channel, with Vought International's latest promotional advertisements scrolling across the screens. Huey Campbell wore a slightly oversized blue employee uniform, holding a microfiber cloth in his hand, mechanically wiping the glass display case in front of him. His eyes were bloodshot, with heavy dark circles beneath them. He exuded a haggard air, drained by prolonged sleep deprivation and immense mental stress. A-Train has broken his own record again in yesterday's charity run. This fastest man in the world stated that his motivation comes from the love of his fans. The high-pitched, excited voice of a female anchor came from the television speakers. Huey's hand, which was wiping the glass, paused in midair. His gaze was fixed intently on a dark stain on the glass counter. It was actually just a coffee stain that had been accidentally dripped there, but in his brain, which was highly strained due to post-traumatic stress disorder, that stain was rapidly turning red, expanding, and eventually transforming into a pool of glaring blood. Robin's blood. The sensation of that warm, metallic-smelling liquid splattering onto his face, along with the horrific image of only holding two severed arms in his hands, was like a rusty saw, cutting through his nerves day after day. Vought International's lawyers had come. They brought a non-disclosure agreement and a check for $45,000. They told him in that condescending, patronizing tone that Robin had simply been unlucky to be standing on the curb, and that it was a regrettable accident. As long as he signed the paper, took the money, and kept his mouth shut, the matter would end there. Huey, the speaker wires at counter number 6 are a mess, go tidy them up. The manager's voice came from not far away, interrupting Huey's hallucination. Huey snapped back to reality, gasping for air. He nodded haphazardly, stuffed the rag in his hand into his apron pocket, and turned to walk toward counter number 6. The wind chime on the shop door emitted a crisp clinking sound. A man wearing a black trench coat pushed open the glass door, walking in while carrying the cold air from outside with him. The man had slightly messy black hair and rough stubble on his chin. His dark brown eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, and the moment he entered, he took in the entire layout of the shop, the positions of the security cameras, and Huey, who was organizing the cables. Butcher stepped in heavy black leather boots, walking straight to the counter where Huey was. He fished a pack of cheap cigarettes out of his pocket, pulled one out, and put it in his mouth, but did not light it. Huey noticed the shadow in front of the counter. He looked up, habitually putting on the standard service industry smile. Sir, is there anything I can help you with? We have the latest home theater sets on sale today. Butcher leaned both hands on the glass counter, his body tilting slightly forward. The strong scent of tobacco mixed with a certain cold aura made Huey feel an instinctive oppression. I don't need any home theater, lad. Butcher's voice was low and gravelly, with a heavy British accent. I'm looking for a security camera capable of recording high-frequency moving objects. Preferably a model that can capture even a blue blur clearly. Huey's fingers, while organizing the cables, froze. The term, blue blur, was like a needle, piercing precisely into his sore spot. He looked at the man with the sinister gaze before him, his Adam's apple bobbing once as he forced himself to remain calm. Sorry, I don't understand what you mean. Our security cameras here are all consumer grade, they can't capture the high-speed footage you're talking about. Butcher grinned, revealing a smile devoid of any warmth. He pulled a black ID holder from the inside pocket of his trench coat and flashed it quickly in front of Huey. Huey only vaguely saw the words, FBI, and the ID was put away again. Federal Agent, Billy Butcher. Butcher wiped the fake smile off his face, his gaze becoming as sharp as a knife. I'm not here to buy electronic junk, Huey Campbell. I'm here to talk about Robin. Huey's face turned deathly pale in an instant. He subconsciously took a step back, his back hitting the shelf behind him. For the past week, this name had been a nightmare he couldn't avoid, and a taboo that Vought International had strictly forbidden him from mentioning to anyone. I don't know what you're talking about. This case has already been handled by Vought International and the police department, it was an accident. Huey replied stutteringly, his eyes darting away. Looking at this terrified young man, Butcher snorted disdainfully through his nose. He walked around the counter, went directly to Huey's side, reached out and grabbed Huey's arm, half forcing him toward a blind spot in the back of the shop that was out of view of the security cameras. Accident. Butcher pressed Huey against the wall, his voice kept very low, yet carried a chilling sense of oppression. $45,000. That's the price tag Vought put on a human life. They made you sign a non-disclosure agreement, made you feel grateful for that check, and made you think that there is such a thing as justice in this world. Huey struggled free from Butcher's hand, his chest heaving violently. Then what do you want me to do? They are Vought. They have the best lawyers, control the media networks across the entire country, and even have superheroes who can fly and tunnel. I'm just an appliance repairman. I have to budget carefully just to pay my rent. Huey's voice carried suppressed trembling and despair. Can I sue them? The police won't even file a report. Every day when I close my eyes, all I see is Robin's blood. But other than signing that agreement, I can't do anything. Tears welled up in Huey's eyes. It was a profound sense of helplessness. In the face of vast capital and godlike superpowers, the anger of an ordinary person is like dust in the wind, it doesn't even make a sound when it hits the ground. Butcher watched Huey on the verge of a breakdown, with no sympathy in his eyes. He only needed this suppressed anger. This was exactly the kindling he had been searching for everywhere. Whether it was the strange smell he caught in that Asian apartment last night, or this repairman who lost his girlfriend before him, as long as it could be used to burn Vought down, he would utilize it without hesitation. That's the illusion they let you see, kid. Butcher slowed his speech, like a seasoned hunter luring his prey into a trap. He pulled a micro player from his pocket and held it up in front of Huey. On the screen was a surveillance video with somewhat blurry image quality. The background of the video was a secluded back alley. Several blurry afterimages intersected in the frame, accompanied by a few dull thuds, as a figure was thrown heavily against a wall, life or death unknown. And the source that created the afterimages was lingering at the edge of the frame, wearing that iconic blue suit, holding a vial of unknown reagent emitting a blue glow in his hand. Huey's pupils contracted sharply. That was A-Train. Vought told you he was performing a crime-fighting mission. Butcher sneered as he put the player away. The truth is, that drugged-up fool was in a state of extreme agitation from some chemical substance. He couldn't control his speed at all. On that street, he didn't just smash your girl to pieces, he also smashed 2 fire hydrants. Butcher stared into Huey's eyes, not missing a single change in expression on the other man's face. Those superheroes aren't angels sent by God. They are a bunch of arrogant pricks spoiled by capital, with heads full of nothing but drugs, alcohol, and perverted desires. And Vought is the cleaner specifically there to wipe the asses of these fools. Huey leaned dazed against the wall, his brain in a complete mess. The non-disclosure agreement, the check, A-Train's sunny smile on TV, the image of Robin's gruesome death, all shattered like glass at this moment, crazily intertwining in his mind. Do you want revenge? Butcher's voice seemed to carry a certain magic, striking directly at the darkest corner of Huey's heart. In the way of an ordinary person. Not relying on those fool lawyers, not relying on the bought-off police. Drag those high and mighty gods down from the sky and stomp them into the mud. Huey did not speak. His hands were clenched tightly into fists at his sides, his fingernails digging deep into his palms. He felt afraid, but deep within, that anger which had been suppressed for a week was burning wildly under the provocation of these few sentences. Butcher knew the timing was just about right. He pulled a crumpled card from his trench coat pocket and stuffed it into the breast pocket of Huey's blue uniform. That $45,000 agreement, don't be in a rush to sign it. Vought will send a representative to confirm with you tomorrow. When he comes. Butcher patted Huey on the shoulder and leaned into his ear. Find a way to plant something on him. If you do it, call the number on the card. Having said that, Butcher didn't give Huey any chance to ask questions, turned, and walked out of the surveillance blind spot. The sound of the wind chime rang out again. The man in the black trench coat disappeared onto the street outside, leaving no trace just as he had when he appeared. Huey stood alone in the shadows of the shelves. With a trembling hand, he fished out the card from his pocket. There was no name on it, only a handwritten phone number and the address of an abandoned bowling alley in Brooklyn. The televisions on the display wall outside were still playing news. The scene switched to a foreground shot of Vought Tower, where a reporter was enthusiastically broadcasting the latest movements of the Seven. Huey walked slowly back to the glass counter. He lowered his head, looking at the glass that he had wiped countless times, which still held the hallucinatory stain. In his originally timid and submissive eyes, the trace of fear belonging to an ordinary person was receding. Replacing it was a startling sense of resolve, born from being pushed to the edge. 3 a.m. New York, the city that never sleeps, had finally entered its deepest period of slumber. The neon lights from afar pierced through the thin night mist, refracting a pale, ghostly halo onto the floor-to-ceiling windows of this high-rise apartment in Queens. The indoor heating system emitted a faint, almost imperceptible hum. Shu Jae lay on the bed in his bedroom, his breathing long and steady. Beneath the pillow, a fully loaded Glock pistol lay silently, within easy reach. Even with the system by his side, and even with enough money in the Great Wall capital accounts to buy an entire city block, as an ordinary person who knew the true nature of this world, Shu Jae's nerves remained a taut string. He knew very well that from the moment he decided to treat the female Homelander as his cash cow, he had inevitably placed himself in direct opposition to Vought International. He had simply underestimated the efficiency with which that corporate machine operated. Outside the apartment, on the 90-degree vertical smooth glass curtain wall, a pure black figure was climbing upward silently like a gecko. There were no ropes or suction cups used. Extremely hard micro barbs extended from the edges of his black tactical gloves, and with every movement, they embedded precisely into the seams of the building's exterior wall, without producing even the slightest sound of crumbling stone. At an altitude of over 200 meters, the wild wind howled. Yet this dark shadow seemed unaffected by gravity, his movements fluid and filled with a chilling, mechanical precision. This was the most mysterious executioner of the Seven at Vought International. A silent killer with no sense of pain, no emotions, and who could even perfectly control his own breathing rate. Black Noir. He stopped outside the balcony of Shu Jae's apartment. Through the security glass door, Black Noir's face, completely covered by a black mesh mask, silently observed the furnishings in the living room. The low-light night vision goggles built into his retinas took in every detail in the darkness. The gray fabric sofa, the two mugs placed side by side on the coffee table, and even the slight scratch on the carpet left by excessive force, all were conveying to him the traces of life that had once occurred in this room. Black Noir extended his right hand, the tip of his index finger pressed against the lock cylinder of the security glass door. Extremely high-frequency micro-vibrations were transmitted from his fingertip into the interior of the lock cylinder. Click. A faint metallic sound of misalignment, almost blending into the sound of the wind outside, rang out. The high-end security lock, which claimed to be able to withstand C4 explosive blasts, had its internal structure completely destroyed in less than 3 seconds. The glass door was gently pushed open, just enough for a person to slip through sideways. Black Noir slid into the living room like a cold night breeze. His tactical boots stepped onto the solid wood floor that Shu Jie valued so highly, soft and silent like a feline. In this quiet space, Black Noir was not just an intruder, he was more like a black hole devouring light and sound. He walked slowly through the living room, his gaze sweeping across the countertop of the open kitchen. The air still retained a faint, acidic aroma of tomato beef brisket, as well as a weak bioelectric field signature belonging to another apex predator that only a superhuman could detect. Madeline's guess was correct. That woman, whom Vought regarded as a god, had indeed treated this mortal's nest as some kind of safe haven. Black Noir did not pause, he turned and walked silently toward the half-open bedroom door. The lights were not on in the bedroom. The heavy blackout curtains blocked the outside light completely, leaving only a sliver of light from the hallway to cast a long, narrow beam across the floor in front of the bed. Shu Jie remained in a side-lying position. His body functions were in a state of deep, relaxed sleep. As an ordinary person without any super-sensory genes, he was completely unable to detect a top-tier killer who was deliberately concealing his presence as he approached. Black Noir passed through the beam of light and stood at the edge of the bed. He looked down from above at this young Asian man who, according to the files, had no background and posed no threat. He slowly raised his right hand and gripped the custom high-carbon steel dagger holstered on his tactical belt. The blade displayed a matte, deadly luster in the darkness. This knife had sliced through the throats of countless mutants, and its sharpness was sufficient to easily sever synthetic armor. The air pressure changed ever so slightly at that moment. Black Noir's tall frame blocked the last bit of airflow coming in from outside the bedroom door. An oppressive sensation, carrying a faint scent of blood and cold metal, hung over the bed like an invisible net. Shu Jie's breathing rhythm became slightly disordered. It was not because he had heard a sound, but due to the survival instinct etched deep into human genes when facing the approach of an apex predator. The feeling was like someone in a deep sleep suddenly falling into an ice cellar in their dream, their brain's alarm system forcibly activated. Shu Jie's eyelids twitched violently. He opened his eyes. In the first instant his vision focused, Shu Jie felt as if his heart had been tightly gripped by a cold, massive hand, with all the blood in his body rushing frantically in reverse through his veins. A silhouette that blended into the darkness stood by the bed. It was too close. So close that Shu Jie could even see the fine mesh texture on the opponent's black mask, as well as those dead gray eyes hidden behind the mask, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Fear exploded in his brain like a tidal wave. Shu Jie's pupils contracted suddenly, and adrenaline secreted exponentially at that moment. His normal human heart drummed frantically in his chest like a war drum. Every beat slammed against his ribs, emitting a deafening roar that only he could hear. Black Noir. The moment that name flashed through Shu Jie's mind, cold sweat had already soaked through the cotton pajamas on his back. Standing before the bed was a killing machine that absolutely obeyed the orders of Vought's top brass. If the opponent wished, that black dagger could sever his carotid artery in the blink of an eye, smoothly separating his trachea along with his vocal cords in under a second. Shu Jie's brain issued a frantic survival command. The muscles in his right hand tensed in an instant, instinctively reaching under the pillow. The Glock pistol was less than 20 centimeters away, if he could just grip the handle and disengage the safety. The dark shadow in his line of sight moved. Without seeing any trajectory of movement, Shu Jie only felt a blur before his eyes. A hand wrapped in a black tactical glove clamped down on his wrist, which was attempting to reach under the pillow, like an iron vise. The force was astonishingly great. Shu Jie even heard the faint sound of protest from his wrist bones under the terrifying grip. A sharp pain shot straight to his brain along the nerves of his arm. Shu Jie gritted his teeth and forcibly swallowed the groan that was about to escape his lips. His entire body was pinned firmly to the bed by that hand, unable to move a single inch. Black Noir's movements did not pause for even a second. The black dagger held in his other hand traced a non-reflective, lethal arc in midair. The bone-chilling, icy sensation of metal pressed against Shu Jie's throat. As the sharp blade merely grazed his skin, Shu Jie could feel a slight stinging sensation from his carotid artery. The chill of death crept up his spine all the way to his scalp. The entire bedroom fell into a suffocating, dead silence. Black noir, like a black tombstone, loomed over Shu Jae's field of vision. If his wrist were to advance even another millimeter, this apartment, which still held the aroma of tomato beef brisket on this night, would become a lifeless crime scene. Shu Jae's chest heaved violently. Due to extreme tension, every breath felt like swallowing a mouthful of rough glass shards. He stared fixedly at that expressionless black mask. It's over. This was the first thought that flashed through Shu Jae's mind. Vought International's move was much faster than he had expected. Madeline had not left him any time to set up defenses, directly deploying the sharpest blade in her possession. That full steel body from the system only took effect when hugging or in bed. Facing this executioner who specialized in assassination missions, his mortal body was no different from a block of tofu. The edge of the dagger pressed down slightly. A drop of warm blood seeped from Shu Jae's neck, slowly sliding down the blood groove of the blade, dripping onto the clean white bedsheet and staining it into an eye-catching red plum blossom. Warm liquid slowly trickled down the texture of the skin on the side of his neck. It was a hair-raising sensation. Sticky, accompanied by a faint, metallic, iron-like stench, it dripped onto the pristine white cotton sheets. In the cold moonlight, that small, spreading patch of dark red became the only glaring color in the bedroom. Shu Jae lay stiffly on the mattress. His eyes were wide open, his pupils uncontrollably constricted from extreme terror. Within his field of vision, there was only that black mask covered in fine mesh, and behind it, a pair of dull, gray eyes like stagnant water, devoid of any fluctuation. Death. Never before had these two words felt so concretely pressed against his skin as they did in this moment. For the past month and a half, he had been operating in the blind spots of Vought International's surveillance. With bowl after bowl of food, he had successfully tamed the female Homelander, who possessed world-destroying power. Looking at the massive funds in his offshore accounts rolling over and doubling every day, and watching the dark web of capital he was weaving bit by bit in the financial markets, a deep-seated illusion inevitably took root in his heart. An illusion that, relying on his foresight and control over human nature, he could handle this crazy world with ease. At this moment, the high-carbon steel dagger pressed against his carotid artery ruthlessly shattered all those fantasies. This is the world of the boys. This is a hell where the lives of ordinary people are as cheap as grass, and superheroes can crush the bones of civilians at will just because they are in a bad mood. Capital layouts need time to ferment, and psychological games require specific characters as bargaining chips. But in the face of absolute violence, all intelligence, rhetoric, and the astronomical numbers in bank accounts were as fragile as a piece of water-soaked paper. The black tactical glove gripping his right wrist felt like a small hydraulic press. Shu Jae's right arm muscles instinctively wanted to exert force, attempting to break free from this suppression to reach for the Glock pistol under his pillow. Just as his brain issued this command, before his nerve endings could even mobilize his muscle groups, a piercing pain shot through his wrist. It was the mournful sound of bones on the verge of shattering under the terrifying grip. Sweat slid down Shu Jae's forehead into his hairline. The air in the bedroom seemed to have been sucked dry. Shu Jae's chest heaved violently. Due to extreme tension, every attempt to inhale oxygen became exceptionally difficult. He had to calm down. Shu Jae frantically issued an order to himself in his mind. Panic and trembling would only cause that sharp dagger to cut his throat faster. The slight stinging sensation from his neck became a shot of adrenaline. Shu Jae forced his gaze away from the cold gleaming dagger and stared directly at Black Noir's black mask. Time ticked by, second by second. A full 10 seconds passed. The black silhouette pressing down on him was like an eternal statue. The dagger that had sliced his skin remained steady in place, not advancing even a millimeter further. This counterintuitive pause was like a bolt of lightning, splitting the chaos that had filled Shu Jae's mind due to fear. Something was wrong. Although Shu Jae's breathing remained rapid, the logical gears of his brain began to mesh frantically. Who is Black Noir? The purest executioner in the seven, the most obedient blade in Madeline's hand. When he carried out assassination missions, he never had any unnecessary, sloppy movements. If the only purpose of Madeline sending him tonight was to silence him, then he wouldn't even have had the chance to open his eyes. The moment Black Noir silently pried open the security door and stood at the head of the bed, this dagger would have already pierced his heart or slit his throat. Vought's cleaners had 10,000 ways to disguise this apartment as a home invasion, robbery and murder, and not even a drop of blood would have splashed on the wall. But he didn't act. He just restrained him with the most oppressive posture, even deliberately cutting a bit of skin with the blade to create this suffocating pressure of death. He was waiting. Or rather, he was executing another secret order issued by Madeline, scrutiny and assessment. Following this line of logic, the fog before Shu Jae's eyes began to peel away layer by layer. Madeline had discovered Joanne's abnormality. That high and mighty female Homelander, who treated all of New York as her playground, not only had her emotions become eerily stable but had even started frequently blocking her suit's signal, disappearing from Vought's surveillance field of view. For Madeline, who had an extreme desire for control, Joanne was Vought's most core asset. Any unknown variable attempting to touch this asset was unforgivable. She had tracked down this civilian apartment in Queens. She had tracked down Shu Jae, an ordinary Asian international student with no background in the files. But precisely because he had no background, Madeline dared not act rashly. How could a poor student with no superpowers and no financial backing make that arrogant goddess come here to report every night? What exactly did he use to control Joanne? Was it some kind of unknown chemical agent? Was it some kind of mental brainwashing targeting superhumans? Or was it a trap meticulously laid by some massive hostile force? Madeline didn't know the answer. Before figuring out Shu Jae's trump cards, she didn't dare to directly issue a death warrant. Because once Shu Jae died, once that mysterious thread connecting to Joanne snapped, the consequences would be catastrophic. She could not afford the price of Joanne completely losing control and pouring her rage onto Vought Tower. Black Noir's mission tonight was to sound him out. It was to use the fear of death to break down this young man's psychological defenses and force him to reveal his flaws. Having figured out the connections, Shu Jae's heart, which had been pounding wildly, began to find its original rhythm bit by bit. The deadly sense of crisis still existed. If he were slightly careless in his response, Black Noir's blade could change its mind at any moment. But as long as he held the trump card of Joanne in his hand, Madeline's fear of causing collateral damage was his only lifeline in this dead end. Who? Shu Jae opened his mouth and slowly, longingly exhaled a breath of turbid air that carried a slight tremor. He gave up all muscle tension that was attempting to resist. The iron pincer gripping his wrist sensed the prey's surrender. The force relaxed imperceptibly by half, but it still maintained absolute control. Shu Jae pressed his back completely against the soft mattress, letting his neck follow the blade of the dagger, making a tiny, yet sufficient, evasive movement to express compromise. The silent black shadow by the bed tilted its head slightly. In Black Noir's dead gray eyes, a trace of unusual emotion appeared for the first time. In his career, ordinary people facing this high-carbon steel dagger would either be scared into incontinence and babble incoherently for mercy, or explode into hysterical struggles in extreme terror, only to have their necks snapped by him like chickens. But the Asian youth before him, after experiencing the initial dozens of seconds of fear, had incredibly calmed his breathing. Not only that, he even voluntarily let go of all defensive postures. That look in his eyes as he lay on the mattress, so calm it felt eerie, did not look like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, but rather like a hunter plotting a counterattack. The bedroom was so quiet that only the sound of Shu Jae's steady breathing remained. The moonlight slowly shifted, illuminating a small reflective metal buckle on the shoulder of Black Noir's suit. Shu Jae met that gaze hidden behind the mask. He knew this was a silent psychological game. Whoever revealed their cowardly hand first would be completely torn apart in the upcoming negotiations. He could not show ignorance of Vought. He could not show surprise at Black Noir's identity. And he certainly could not beg while following the terrifying atmosphere created by the other party. Shu Jae swallowed gently. His Adam's apple slid up and down, inevitably brushing against the cold blade pressed against his neck, bringing a sharp sense of trembling. But he didn't even frown. In his deep black eyes, the embers of fear had completely extinguished, replaced by an indifference and calmness that saw through everything. A drop of warm blood on his neck slowly slid down the hollow of his collarbone, eventually seeping into the collar of his cotton pajamas. Shu Jae's right hand, which had been gripped tightly, had completely given up any strength to struggle, his 5 fingers lying loosely and flat on the light gray bed sheet. The massive figure by the bed, like a black tombstone, still maintained an oppressive, leaning angle. The matte blade of the high-carbon steel dagger rested precisely less than a millimeter from Shu Jae's carotid artery. Black Noir did not speak, and those dead gray eyes behind the mask showed no ripples. He was like a cold machine running a scanning program, recording every bit of Shu Jae's body language as he gave up resistance. The air in the bedroom was so thick it felt as if it had solidified. Shu Jae could hear his own not-so-strong heart in his chest pumping blood at an overloaded frequency. But he forced his vocal cords to relax and forced his eyes not to dodge. You didn't slit my throat directly. Shu Jae spoke. His voice sounded somewhat low and hoarse due to extreme tension and the blade pressing against his Adam's apple, but every syllable was enunciated with extraordinary clarity. This means that Ms. Madeline Stillwell does not want a worthless corpse right now. What she needs is an answer. When the name, Madeline, spilled from the mouth of an ordinary college student who seemed to have no background, Black Noir's shoulders, which had been as still as a sculpture, paused for a fraction of a second. This was an imperceptible flaw. For Shu Jae, this half-second pause confirmed all his deductions. This silent killer was not acting alone. There must be a miniature communication device hidden inside his combat suit. At this moment, the vice president in the office on the 99th floor in Manhattan was monitoring everything happening here in real time through Black Noir's audio-visual system. Shu Jae shifted his gaze slightly upward, staring at a reflective spot on Black Noir's mask. He knew who he was talking to. Don't waste your effort searching this room. Shu Jae's tone became calm. There is no chemical spray here that can control a superhuman, nor any ultrasonic suppression device targeting compound verses. The sharp blade brought a cool shiver against his skin. Shu Jae swallowed, continuing to increase the stakes in his hand. Your higher-ups must have investigated me. A resume as clean as a blank sheet of paper. You can't figure out why a bug that could be crushed to death at any time can make your proudest #1 asset land on this shabby balcony every night on time, like a taxi driver clocking in. Black Noir's left hand was still gripping Shu Jae's wrist like iron, but his posture underwent an extremely subtle change. He tilted his head slightly. This action meant that the person on the other end of the communicator was issuing new orders or listening carefully. The answer is actually quite simple. The corners of Shu Jae's mouth curled into a cold, temperatureless arc, his eyes deep. Because you treat her as a deity, as a cash cow, as a monster that needs to be appeased with hypocritical motherly love. You use data to analyze her every smile and use a PR team to cover up her every loss of control. You have given her everything, except for depriving her of the right to be a human. A sliver of early autumn night breeze leaked through the gap in the bedroom window, blowing a corner of the curtain. But I treat her as a human. Shu Jae's voice echoed in the silent room, carrying a sharpness that struck directly at the soul. If she messes up my floor, I'll make her take a mop to clean it up. If she loses at a game and wants to smash the TV, I'll knock her on the forehead without hesitation. In this apartment of less than 100 square meters, she doesn't need to play that perfect American sweetheart. She is just an ordinary girl who will throw a tantrum because she can't get a bite of tomato brisket. Black Noir's hand holding the knife remained steady, but the air pressure in the bedroom changed subtly. That pure, killer-like lethal pressure was slowly being diluted by an emotion called fear. Shu Jae knew very well that Madeline was an absolute control freak. When a control freak discovers that the marionette in her hand is being pulled by someone else in a way she cannot understand or even replicate, her instinctive reaction is absolutely destruction. Killing me, for you or for that vice president behind you, only requires moving a finger. Shu Jae's gaze became as sharp as a knife, piercing directly into the eyes behind Black Noir's mask. But in this apartment, her scent is everywhere. There are indentations on the carpet from her footsteps, and her blonde hair is on the sofa. She even kept the ice cream she specifically asked to eat tomorrow in the kitchen refrigerator. Shu Jae's chest rose and fell slightly, and his speaking speed began to accelerate, carrying a determination that disregarded life and death. If tomorrow night, she pushes open that glass door and smells not the aroma of food, but the scent of blood spraying from my neck. If you were her, what would you do? The air solidified completely at this moment. Black Noir's dead gray pupils contracted slightly. As a cleaner who has dealt with the Seven for years and is responsible for handling Vough's internal dirty work, he knew better than anyone what kind of terrifying destructive power that woman draped in the stars and stripes would unleash if she lost control. She won't sit on the floor and cry. Shu Jae provided the answer for him, every word sounding like a funeral bell tolling. Her fragile and twisted self-esteem will drive her into total madness. She will scour every surveillance camera in this city, following the faint scent of gunpowder or blood remaining in the air, to find the culprit who destroyed her sanctuary. Then, she will fly over Manhattan. Shu Jae looked at Black Noir, his eyes revealing a chilling pity. Your security system, which you are so proud of, won't last even a second against her 2000-degree heat vision. She will burn through the bulletproof glass of Vought Tower and cut those executives in high-end tailored suits into pieces. She will grab Ms. Madeline's hair and throw her down from the 99th floor, to commemorate the dinner she can no longer eat in this shabby apartment. The bedroom was so quiet that the dropping of a needle could be heard. Only Shu Jae's steady and highly inflammatory voice wove a tragic, apocalyptic picture in the darkness. This was not a threat, this was the inevitable result deduced based on Joanne's extremely love-starved, yandere, and violent personality. Shu Jae had tied his own life and the life of that woman in the office on the 99th floor in Manhattan tightly together. Black Noir still maintained that oppressive posture. The blade of the high-carbon steel dagger was still pressed tightly against Shu Jae's carotid artery. But that sharp, murderous intent, ready to cut through flesh and blood at any moment, was like dynamite with its primer removed, losing the possibility of exploding. He held back for fear of collateral damage. This was the only glimmer of life Shu Jae caught when he discovered Black Noir didn't kill him immediately. Now, he used fluent psychological tactics to carve those words deep into Madeline's bones. Time seemed to have lost the meaning of passing. The two maintained this extremely dangerous standoff. Shu Jae could even feel a faint, high-frequency vibration from the blade due to the prolonged tension in Black Noir's arm muscles. That was Black Noir waiting for the final order. Shu Jae made no move to urge him. He was like a gambler who had pushed all his chips onto the gaming table, calmly watching the dealer, waiting for the reveal. He knew that Madeline, kilometers away, must be staring at the screen, weighing the pros and cons through gritted teeth. Eliminating an uncontrollable ordinary person in exchange for a completely berserk human nuclear bomb capable of destroying the entire Vought empire. Any rational capitalist could do the math. In the long silence, a faint meteor trail streaked across the night sky outside the window. That was the flight path warning light of New York City passing through the clouds. Black Noir's head showed the tiny, listening in turning motion once again. Immediately after, the iron clamp gripping Shu Jae's right wrist released without warning. The oppressive feeling that had previously dug into his bones vanished instantly. Shu Jae's blood rushed back into his palm, bringing a strong sense of numbness and stinging pain. The high-carbon steel dagger pressed against his carotid artery was also steadily withdrawn. The moment the blade left his skin, it brought up a tiny bead of blood. Black Noir straightened his waist. The massive black figure retreated from the edge of the bed, melting back into the shadows cast by the bedroom hallway. He looked down at Shu Jae lying on the bed, his dead gray eyes showing no emotional fluctuations. Black Noir turned around, his black combat boots stepping on the floor without making a sound. Just like when he arrived, he turned into a mass of intangible night breeze, passed through the bedroom door, and walked toward the living room. Shu Jae did not get up immediately. He remained lying on his back, breathing in the newly circulating air in the bedroom in large gulps. Cold sweat had completely soaked his cotton pajamas, which clung tightly to his back, bringing waves of bone-chilling cold. Shu Jae raised his numb right hand and wiped the cold sweat off his face with force. He knew that Madeline's compromise was only temporary. This old fox would never allow a handle that could influence Joanne's emotions to be held in the hands of an ordinary person for long. Tonight's retreat was just to find a safer, less likely way to provoke Joanne for his removal. Shu Jae propped himself up on the mattress and sat up with some difficulty. He had to speed up the layout of dark web funds before Vought took its next step and fully activate that underground connection of Frenchie. Only by holding his own power in his hands could he truly gain a firm foothold in this man-eating world. Just as he pushed back the quilt and prepared to get out of bed to treat the small wound on his neck, the originally calm night sky outside the balcony erupted without warning with a deafening sonic boom. The sound was not the roar of an airplane engine, but the terrifying kinetic energy produced by some object of astonishing mass violently tearing through the air at a speed far exceeding the speed of sound. The entire high-rise apartment building seemed to tremble extremely slightly because of this sudden sonic boom. The violent airflow, like a Category 12 typhoon, instantly swept through the space outside the balcony. A familiar and hair-raising wave of high-temperature heat, mixed with a violent aura capable of destroying everything, was approaching this apartment frantically in an unstoppable manner. The echo of the sonic boom was still reverberating in the night sky, but a suffocating heat had already swept through the entire apartment first. The thick, reinforced security glass door on the living room balcony, which claimed to be able to withstand high wind pressure, didn't even have time to make a crisp shattering sound before it instantly turned into a sky full of flying, tiny crystals under the impact of a terrifying kinetic force. The gale, mixed with glass shards, swept across the living room like a shotgun blast, instantly shredding the water glass and magazines on the coffee table. Black Noir, who had just retreated to the center of the living room, felt his massive black frame jerk to a halt. For the first time, his dead gray eyes reflected a light called extreme danger. Without a single second of hesitation, this silent killer of Vought International immediately performed a tactical evasive maneuver. His leg muscles tensed like springs compressed to the limit, and his entire body tilted backward as he tried to hide back into the blind corner of the dark corridor. However, it was too late. Amidst the flying debris and dust, a dazzling red and blue afterimage forcefully broke through the airflow, carrying heat capable of vaporizing steel, and landed firmly on the living room carpet like a vengeful Valkyrie descending from hell. The solid wood floor let out an unbearable groan, and with the landing point as the center, it instantly sank, creating a large area of cracked textures. Joanne stood there. She wasn't wearing the stars and stripes suit designed to cater to public aesthetics today, she was only wearing a simple black nightgown. But this soft silk nightgown was now snapping in the nearly boiling air around her, like a true battle robe. Her blonde hair danced wildly in the gale, and her originally fair and delicate face was now completely twisted. The most chilling thing was her eyes. The azure pupils had completely disappeared, replaced by two masses of erupting scarlet flames. These two masses of flames not only illuminated the dim living room but also heated the surrounding air to a terrifying temperature capable of igniting paper. The thermometer needle on the wall shattered the glass casing directly within 2 seconds. A syllable squeezed out of Joanne's throat. The voice was no longer the girlish tone, filled with sunere and disdain, that she usually used. Instead, it sounded like two pieces of raw iron grinding violently against each other, exuding a crazy murderous intent to crush everything living. What is that in your hand? Her gaze, like a materialized sharp blade, passed over Black Noir's shoulder and landed on the black dagger in his hand that hadn't been fully sheathed yet. On the edge of that matte high-carbon steel dagger, a trace of Shu Jae's extremely faint scent of blood still remained. For Joanne, whose sense of smell was hundreds of times sharper than a police dog, this trace of blood scent was as glaring as a searchlight in the night, especially in this apartment filled with the aroma of food. Sanity completely snapped in this instant. At the edge of his retina, just as Shu Jae sat up, he saw an unprecedented, deep red alarm as thick as blood plasma erupting on the system radar. Current emotion, extreme rage, pathological protective instinct, desire for destruction reached peak, 100%. Mental state, completely out of control. That was the first time Shu Jae truly and clearly felt the terrifying oppressive force belonging to the Homelander panel. Even though he knew this anger wasn't directed at him, the suffocating feeling, like being placed on a volcano about to erupt, still made him feel breathless. I am going to. Joanne's voice was terrifyingly hoarse, chop you into 10,000 pieces. Before the words even fell, her figure had already disappeared from where she stood. Black Noir's reaction was already at the limit of an ordinary human. The moment Joanne disappeared, he immediately held the high-carbon steel dagger in his hand across his chest, while reaching for the tactical smoke grenade at his lower back with his other hand. As a cleaner who had been responsible for dealing with superhumans for years, he knew very well how to buy time for retreat in a one-on-one encounter. However, in the face of an absolute power gap, all tactical movements became ridiculous slow motion. Black Noir only felt a blur before his eyes, and an irresistible, immense force crashed directly into his chest. Bang! A teeth-aching dull thud. Black Noir's massive body, nearly 2 meters tall and weighing over 200 pounds, flew backward like a rag sack. His reaction speed, which he was proud of, didn't even have time to perform a blocking action before the reinforced armor on his chest emitted a series of teeth-aching cracking sounds. He crashed heavily into the load-bearing wall on the other side of the living room. The wall instantly shattered like a spider web, and large pieces of concrete flaked off. Black Noir's body was deeply embedded in the wall, a trace of black blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and his breathing under the mask showed a clear pause. But this was just the beginning of a one-sided massacre. Joanne didn't give him any chance to catch his breath at all. Her figure appeared in front of the load-bearing wall like a ghost, and that fair palm had now turned into the most lethal weapon. She grabbed Black Noir by the neck, which was protected by his armor, and lifted this incredibly heavy, strong man into the air with one hand like she was picking up a chick. The grip strength of her fingertips kept increasing. The collar of Black Noir's special combat suit, which could withstand large-caliber armor-piercing bullets, emitted a desperate sound of metal twisting under Joanne's fingertips. A trace of fear finally appeared in his dead gray eyes, and his hands grabbed Joanne's wrist tightly, trying to pry open those 5 fingers capable of crushing titanium alloy. It was futile. The scarlet light in Joanne's eye sockets grew brighter and brighter, and 2 high-energy heat vision beams had already brewed to a critical point deep in her pupils. She wanted to use the most cruel way to burn this bug, who dared to wield a knife on her territory, into ashes from head to toe. Stop. Just at this critical moment, a voice that sounded a bit hoarse due to blood loss and extreme tension came from the direction of the bedroom. Shu-jae covered the small wound on his neck that was still oozing blood and walked out of the bedroom, staggering slightly. He looked at Black Noir, who was being held in midair with his neck bones already making cracking sounds, and then looked at Joanne, who was on the verge of a rampage. His heart instantly jumped into his throat. If Black Noir died here, died in this damaged apartment, that would mean the last shred of decency between Madeline Stillwell and Joanne would be completely torn apart. Vought International would spare no cost to cover up this murder, and he, Shu-jae, would become the most conspicuous target in this storm. He must absolutely not let Black Noir die on his carpet. Hearing Shu-jae's voice, the hand Joanne had clamped on Black Noir's neck paused slightly. She turned her head. The terrifying red light in her eye sockets still hadn't extinguished. When her gaze fell on the wound on Shu-jae's neck, which although not deep, was still bleeding, the murderous intent that had originally stalled flared up crazily again, like a flame doused in gasoline. He hurt you. Joanne's voice carried an unquestionable paranoia and violence. She lifted Black Noir a bit higher, and the heat vision light in her eyes had already started to scorch the air. I want to burn him to death. I want to burn all the rats sent by Vought International to death. The surrounding temperature soared again, and the wallpaper started to curl and turn yellow due to the high heat. Put him down, Joanne. Shu-jae let go of his hand covering the wound, ignoring the blood flowing down his neck. Facing that suffocating heatwave, he took 2 steps forward without flinching, his eyes staring straight into those burning red eyes. Look at your feet. Shu-jae pointed to the glass shards all over the floor and the solid wood floor that had been scorched and discolored by the high heat, his tone carrying a hint of stern reproach. You have already destroyed my balcony, do you still want to use your laser to burn through this load-bearing wall now? Joanne was stunned for a moment. If you roast him here with heat vision, that unpleasant smell of burnt human flesh will stay in this room for an entire month. And Shu Jay paused, using his trump card. Blood and ashes all over the floor. Who is going to clean it up tomorrow? Are you planning to take a mop and wipe this apartment inside and out 3 times? Hearing the word, mop, the red light about to erupt from Joanne's eyes flickered violently, as if it had encountered a powerful fire extinguisher. In her mind, she couldn't help but picture the scene of herself clumsily holding that blue plastic mop, struggling to clean up the aftermath of a red soup hot pot. That deep sense of powerlessness and resistance to doing housework miraculously suppressed the surging murderous intent in her heart in an instant. She didn't want to mop the floor. And she didn't want to clean up the disgusting traces left by a charred corpse. The deep red alarm on the radar panel started to waver slightly, and the color gradually shifted to a frustrated dark red. But he pointed a knife at you. Joanne bit her lip, the strength in her hand still not completely relaxed, and her tone carried an unwilling stubbornness. That was just a scratch, it doesn't even need stitches. Shu Jay softened his tone, no longer using that lecturing tone, but instead bringing a hint of appeasement. Besides, I don't intend to let this account go just like that, but not now. Shu Jay looked at Black Noir's face, which was already starting to roll back its eyes. Throw him out. Tell that woman hiding behind the screen watching the show, don't send these rude rats to disturb my life again. Joanne stared fixedly at Black Noir. That look was just like she was looking at a bag of foul-smelling trash. In the end, the red light in her eyes extinguished extremely reluctantly. She let out a cold snort and, like discarding a broken toy, casually flung Black Noir toward the shattered balcony. The massive black body drew a parabola in the air, accompanied by a few pieces of shattered glass, and fell heavily onto the concrete platform outside the balcony, making a dull thud. Black Noir, clutching his painfully aching chest and nearly broken neck bones, lay on the ground coughing violently. The instinct to survive death made him unable to care about any image, and taking advantage of the fact that Joanne hadn't changed her mind, he endured the severe pain, rolled over and jumped off the balcony, using the cover of night to quickly disappear into the buildings of Queens like a stray dog. The apartment returned to a deathly silence. Only the night wind passed through the glassless balcony, blowing the curtains and making them rustle loudly. Joanne stood in the center of the messy living room. That earth-shattering violent aura had faded, but her body was still trembling slightly due to extreme anger and lingering murderous intent. She turned around and looked at Shu Jay, who was standing a few steps away with blood still on his neck. In those eyes that had returned to azure blue, there was no longer the high and mighty divinity, but only a kind of flustered confusion, like a little girl who had made a mistake. She looked at the mess on the floor, then looked at the wound on Shu Jay's neck, her hands wringing together helplessly. Shu Jay let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. Although Black Noir didn't die, the encounter just now would definitely bring the most intuitive shock to Madeline Stillwell. Vought International would definitely not dare to act rashly again in the short term. Don't just stand there like a fool. He walked to the dining table, pulled a few tissues from the tissue box, and pressed them casually against the wound on his neck to stop the bleeding. Looking at Joanne's aggrieved expression, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up in a tiny arc. Bring the broom over there. Since you were the one who shattered the balcony, you must take full responsibility for the cleaning work tonight. Shards of glittering glass scattered across the floor refracted cold, hard light under the moonlight. Joanne held a common plastic broom from the supermarket, standing at the edge of the messy balcony. The aluminum handle of the broom felt incredibly fragile in her palm. If she applied even a fraction more force with her fingers, the hollow tube would be crushed into a pancake. With a straight face, she stiffly swept the scattered glass shards into a pile. Shu Jay sat on the intact single sofa in the living room, holding a bottle of iodine and a few cotton swabs. Facing the front camera of his phone, he carefully cleaned the long, thin knife wound on his neck. The high-carbon steel dagger was extremely sharp, leaving a clean cut. Although it didn't hit an artery, the iodine still caused a sharp, stinging pain when it touched the broken skin. Hiss! Shu Jay gasped, his brows furrowing slightly. Following this slight gasp, the jarring sound of sweeping in the living room came to an abrupt halt. Joanne turned her head, her gaze fixed directly on Shu Jae's neck. The bloodstain painted with brown iodine looked particularly glaring in her bright blue eyes. The violent aura that had just been forcibly suppressed began to creep up her spine once more. I should have just twisted his head off. Joanne's voice was as cold as ice, with red light faintly rolling in the depths of her eyes. He actually dared to make you bleed. If I chased after him, I could drag him back from the sky and tear him to shreds in less than 10 seconds. Shu Jae put down the cotton swab and pulled out a tissue to press against the side of the wound. And then what? Shu Jae looked up, meeting her anger with a calm gaze. Bring back a bloody head to show me. Or maybe go to Manhattan and smash Madeline's office too, so the whole of New York knows you've completely lost control over an ordinary person. Joanne gritted her teeth and said nothing, but her chest was still heaving violently. Hold the broom steady. Shu Jae pointed to a few pieces of broken glass at the edge of the carpet. He didn't take my life, and he paid the price with a few broken ribs. As for Vought, after tonight, they won't dare to come to this apartment to cause trouble for a long time. She huffed in annoyance and turned back to deal with the glass debris. However, her movements were noticeably lighter, as if she were afraid of making any noise that might disturb the wounded man tending to his injury. At the same time, in Manhattan, on the 99th floor of Vought Tower, the vice president's office was filled with the heavy scent of medical alcohol and blood. Madeline Stillwell stood in front of the desk, her face ashen. On the high-end leather sofa opposite her leaned the silent killer who had once struck fear into countless superhumans. Black Noir's condition looked absolutely horrific. The polymer armor on his chest, capable of withstanding point-blank sniper rifle fire, was now deeply indented, covered in spiderweb-like cracks. His black mask was torn in half, revealing the pale, bloodless jaw beneath. Most fatal was his neck, where a ring of terrifying deep purple bruises was clearly visible, marks left by an incredibly terrifying grip. If the one who applied that force had held on for just half a second longer, the seven would have lost a core member forever. Ashley stood in the corner, her hands tightly covering her mouth, trembling like a sieve. She didn't even dare to look at Black Noir. Madeline's fingers gripped a glass of whiskey tightly. The holographic projector on the desk was looping a first-person perspective video. It was the final footage transmitted back by the micro-recorder hidden on Black Noir's suit. In the footage, Shu Jae lay on the bed, letting the blade rest against his neck. The Asian youth's voice echoed clearly in the office. You treat her as a god, as a cash cow, but I treat her as a human. If tomorrow night, she pushes open that glass door and smells not the aroma of food, but the stench of blood spraying from my neck, she will throw you, Ms. Madeline, down from the 99th floor. Immediately after, the footage shook violently, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom. A crimson gaze, a roar of rage like a beast, and the desperate perspective of Black Noir being lifted into midair by a single hand. Madeline downed the whiskey in her hand, but the cold liquor did not suppress the fear in her heart. Instead, it let the chill seep directly into her marrow. He actually dared to threaten me. Madeline's voice turned shrill with extreme anger. A bug that could be crushed at any moment, actually daring to use Vought's #1 asset to threaten me. Ashley, in the corner, spoke tremblingly. Ms. Madeline, we need to send a tactical team to. Shut up. Madeline turned her head sharply. Send a tactical team. To go and die. Or are you worried that Vought's stock price isn't falling fast enough, and you want to see the headline, Homelander massacres New York streets in tomorrow morning's news? She walked to the holographic projector, looking at the image frozen on Joanne's crimson eyes, her chest heaving violently. Joanne's rampage tonight had proven everything. That ordinary person named Shu Jae had successfully welded himself onto Joanne's neural center. As long as anything happens to Shu Jae, Joanne will definitely drag the entire Vought empire into hell. Madeline closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and forced herself to push all that anger and murderous intent deep into her heart. When she opened her eyes again, her face had returned to that chilling coldness and calculation. Terminate all physical operations targeting that apartment in Queens. Withdraw all surveillance deployed in the surrounding area. Madeline's voice was like winter ice, devoid of any emotional color. Ashley was stunned, unable to believe her ears. When had Vought International ever suffered such a silent loss in front of an ordinary person? But Ms. Madeline, he is a huge hidden danger. He knows Joanne's weakness, and he is even exploiting it. I said, withdraw the operation. Madeline interrupted her, her eyes terrifyingly deep. Since he has turned himself into the leash holding the monster, we cannot cut that leash, otherwise the monster will bite us to death. Madeline turned her head to look at Black Noir, who was gasping for breath on the sofa. Do not engage. She gritted her teeth, delivering the final verdict on Shu Jae's survival status in this world. Add him to the S-class, do not engage, list. From now on, as long as he does not show any intention to directly destroy Vought, he is safe. We need to keep him alive, living well, until we find a way that won't provoke Joanne, or... Madeline's lips curled into a cold, sinister arc. Until that monster gets bored of him. The early autumn night wind blew straight in, drawing away the remaining warmth in the living room bit by bit. Shu Jae tightened the cap on the iodine bottle and put it back into the first aid kit. The slight wound on his neck had been disinfected, the original stinging sensation had faded, replaced by a dull, throbbing ache. He leaned back against the sofa and let out a soft breath. Only at this moment did his tense nerves truly relax. Turning his head, his gaze naturally fell upon the single sofa beside him. Joanne remained in that same posture, arms wrapped around her knees. The thin black silk nightgown fluttered slightly in the night wind, and her 10 fair toes were curled tightly from the tension. Her gaze was fixed firmly on Shu Jae's neck. The area coated with brown iodine stood out starkly against the fairness of his skin. A strange sense of oppression began to fill the air in the living room. This wasn't the violent, heat-wave-like aggression with clear intent to destroy that he had felt before. The rising temperature in the surroundings now felt more like an uncontrollable disturbance inside a sealed pressure chamber. The air became dry, and the leather at the edge of the sofa emitted a faint creaking sound from the chaotic radiant heat. Shu Jae noticed the change in the environment. He looked at the radar panel at the edge of his retina. Current emotion. Deep panic, loss-induced agitation disorder. Mental state. Power leaking unconsciously due to emotional breakdown. That hypocritical woman, Madeline. Joanne's lips trembled. I couldn't sleep in the tower. I was using my hearing to keep track of what was happening on the 99th floor. I heard the communication order she gave in her office. She didn't wait for Shu Jae to answer and continued speaking on her own, the red light in her eye sockets becoming brighter and more piercing with her rapid breathing. She said into the communicator that you were using me to threaten her. She told Black Noir to hold the knife closer. Joanne looked up, her red-rimmed eyes filled with panic. When I heard that, I felt like my heart had stopped beating. If I had flown any slower, if I hadn't been monitoring her communications, would that knife stained with your blood have already cut your throat? Joanne had always lived in a world made of steel, bulletproof glass, and superpowers. In her understanding, injury and death were distant concepts. Until tonight, when she smashed through the balcony glass and saw the blood on Black Noir's hand and the wound on Shu Jae's neck, an unprecedented fear, like a cold, sharp blade, pierced through her psychological defenses that she had thought were impregnable. She finally realized that this man before her, who made her feel at ease, was just an ordinary person without any extraordinary powers. Fragile enough that a tiny accident would cause him to collapse completely. Accompanied by this deep fear, the heat vision energy unconsciously accumulating in her eye sockets reached a dangerous critical point. Shu Jae did not speak to interrupt her incoherent rambling. He stood up, walked toward the heat wave that was making his skin burn, and stopped in front of Joanne. Feeling someone approaching, Joanne instinctively looked up. Shu Jae bent down, stretched out his arms, and pulled the female Homelander, who was trembling with fear, tightly into his embrace. The moment she touched Shu Jae's body temperature, Joanne felt like a drowning person grabbing a piece of driftwood. Her arms slammed around Shu Jae's waist and back, pressing her cheek firmly against his chest. To confirm that this person in her arms was still alive, to feel that living heartbeat, she subconsciously tightened her arms. The muscle memory of a superhuman released terrifying kinetic energy under stress. This force was enough to crush an armored vehicle into a pile of scrap metal in the blink of an eye. In the center of his vision, the system panel's ghostly blue text lit up silently. Detected non-standard physical compression. Passive skill steel body, embrace state, has been fully activated. A strange, warm current instantly flooded Shu Jae's entire body. His bone density and muscle fibers were endowed with incredible strength at a microscopic level. The terrifying grip strength from Joanne's arms was still there, but as it landed on Shu Jae's body, it left only a heavy, solid pressure. Shu Jae stood steadily in place, not even the rhythm of his breathing was disrupted in the slightest. His right hand moved up along the back of Joanne's thin nightgown, his palm covering her long golden hair, which was slightly floating due to static electricity. He stroked her hair, one stroke after another, unhurriedly. There, put away your heat vision, we're having sweet and sour pork ribs today. Shu Jae's chin rested on the top of her head, his voice steady, carrying a calming power that could penetrate all panic. Joanne's hands, wrapped around Shu Jae's back, were still clutching tightly, but the violent aura that seemed ready to destroy the world began to collapse visibly under Shu Jae's gentle stroking. The crimson flush around her eye sockets, which had looked ferocious from congestion, began to slowly fade. The scarlet magma deep in her pupils flickered a few times, the energy that had gathered uncontrollably out of fear finally lost its fuel and transformed back into a clear, azure blue. The temperature in the living room receded like a tide. Joanne buried her face in Shu Jae's chest, her hands clutching the fabric of his pajamas on his back. In this living room filled with cold wind and wreckage, Shu Jae's steady heartbeat became the only sound in her ears. Current emotion, sense of security, psychological defense, irreversible dependence instinct generated toward the host. The system's ghostly blue text refreshed in his vision. Target's emotional fluctuation has touched a deep cultivation node. Funds extraction pool trigger jump mechanism. Obtained legal funds, 120 million United States dollars. Note: the funds have been laundered through patent hedging liquidation by an offshore pharmaceutical consortium and have been transferred in batches to the core account of Great Wall Capital under the host's name. 120 million US dollars. This massive sum, enough to stir up waves on Wall Street, lay quietly in Shu Jae's system account. Added to the funds previously accumulated, he now held a heavy hammer capable of leveraging the partial interests of Bot International. Shu Jae felt very calm. He felt the real body temperature of the girl in his arms, knowing that this money represented not just wealth, but a heavy trust. The embrace lasted for a long time. Only when the night wind outside made Shu Jae feel a bit cold did he gently pat Joanne on the back. That's enough, Shu Jae said in a tone tinged with helplessness, you're about to tear my pajamas. Besides, my stomach is already protesting. Joanne's body stiffened. She let go and took half a step back from Shu Jae's embrace. A hint of embarrassing flush appeared on her fair face. She turned her head away and forced a stern look. Who wants to hug you? I just didn't want the smell of blood in the room. She pointed to the glass shards on the carpet. Also, you were the one who said you were making sweet and sour pork ribs just now. If it tastes worse than last time, I'll burn the rest of the load-bearing walls anyway. Shu Jae looked at her stubborn appearance, smiled, and turned toward the kitchen. Sit on the sofa, don't run around barefoot. If you step on glass shards, I'm not responsible for picking them out for you. The kitchen ceiling light was turned on. The warm yellow light dispelled the shadows in the corners. Shu Jae opened the freezer of the refrigerator, took out a bag of pre-prepared pork ribs, and threw them into the sink to thaw. The flame of the gas stove was ignited, emitting a slight whistling sound. As the temperature rose, the rock sugar melted in the hot oil, emitting a rich, caramelized sweet aroma. Joanne, barefoot, carefully avoided the debris on the floor and walked to the island of the open kitchen. She rested her hands on the marble countertop, her body leaning forward slightly. From this angle, she could see Shu Jae stirring the ribs in the pot in an orderly manner. The bright firelight reflected on his calm face, and she could even see his focused gaze. The morning sunlight of Manhattan filtered through the one-way bulletproof glass on the 100th floor, illuminating the carpet of the Vought Tower Senior Vice President's office. Madeline Stillwell sat behind a large mahogany desk. She wore a well-tailored beige business suit, holding a cup of steaming black coffee in her hand. On the screen, the stock trend chart of BOT International showed a steady green line. From the hallway outside came the dull sound of high heels stepping on the cushioned floor. The rhythm was steady, without any deliberate restraint in force, each step carrying a habitual air of condescension. The automatic office doors slid open to both sides. Joanne walked in. She had already changed into that signature stars and stripes suit, her long golden hair meticulously styled and draped over her shoulders. If one ignored the lingering fatigue deep in her eyes, she was still that invincible American sweetheart, the most perfect artwork of the BOT International empire. Madeline set down her coffee cup, stood up from her leather chair, and a gentle smile filled with maternal radiance bloomed on her face. Good morning, dear. Madeline walked around the desk, headed to the temperature-controlled wine cabinet nearby, took out a bottle of specially supplied fresh milk from New Zealand, and poured it into an exquisite glass. You didn't return to your exclusive suite in the tower last night. As your manager, and even more so as your elder, I can't help but be a little worried. She handed the warm glass of milk to Joanne, her eyes filled with concern. Joanne's gaze fell upon that glass, with fine beads of condensation forming on its surface. In the past 20 years of her life, this warm glass of milk had been her only comfort for relieving anxiety. Madeline always used this method, accompanied by those soft words, to soothe every emotional fluctuation she experienced due to her superpower outbursts. But today, facing this glass of milk, what appeared in Joanne's mind was that drafty apartment from last night, that pot of steaming sweet and sour pork ribs, and the back of that man standing at the kitchen counter, enduring the knife wound on his neck while stir-frying. I went out for a walk. Joanne moved her gaze away from the milk glass and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window of the office, looking down at the dense traffic below like ants. The air in the tower is too stuffy. I needed to breathe some air that hasn't been recycled and filtered. Madeline's hand holding the milk glass paused in midair for half a second, the curve of her lips maintaining perfect symmetry. She keenly sensed the coldness in Joanne's tone. This coldness was different from the usual arrogance, it was a detachment in the true sense. It was as if a transparent membrane were silently separating Joanne from this office and from BOT International. The outside world is too noisy for you, Joanne. Madeline placed the milk glass on the coffee table, walked to Joanne's side, and reached out, trying to stroke her long golden hair. Those ordinary people will never understand the pressure you endure. They will only look up to you, or fear you. Only here, at BOT International, and by my side, are you safe. Madeline's voice was very soft, carrying a seductive whisper. I heard there was some unpleasant activity in Queens last night. You know, the security department always maintains a high level of vigilance regarding your surroundings. They are just afraid that those unsavory people might affect you. This rhetoric was perfect. She nonchalantly packaged Black Noir's assassination attempt as routine vigilance by the security department, not only shirking responsibility but also attempting to use the posture of a protector to probe Joanne's bottom line regarding that Asian young man. If this were a month ago, Joanne might have been deceived by these words of maternal love. But now, everything had changed. Joanne tilted her head slightly, avoiding Madeline's reaching hand. This tiny evasive movement caused the smile on Madeline's face to stiffen slightly. There was no unpleasant activity. Joanne's voice was very calm. This calmness, instead, made Madeline feel an unprecedented sense of alarm. Just a mouse that wasn't kept on a leash ran into someone else's home and broke a piece of glass. Joanne stared into Madeline's eyes, the words conveying a chilling sense of oppression. I threw the mouse out. That's someone else's territory, and if it gets dirty, I'm the one who has to clean it up. Madeline's breathing hitched for a split second. That is truly a pity. She quickly adjusted her breathing and put back on that impeccable smile. BOT International will pay for the damages to that glass. In any case, as long as you are happy, that's all that matters. If necessary, I can have the PR department look into that landlord's background to ensure he won't take advantage of you. No need. Joanne coldly interrupted her. She turned around and strode toward the automatic office door. Just as she was about to step out of the doorway, She stopped and turned her head slightly. Keep your security department in check, Madeline. Joanne's peripheral vision swept over the glass of milk on the coffee table that was gradually cooling, her tone devoid of any emotion. If any sharp objects that could cut skin appear in that apartment again, or if any more mice I don't recognize get close, I will personally tear down the load-bearing walls of this building one by one, melt them into glass shards with heat vision, and shove them down the throats of those security personnel. The automatic door closed. Joanne's figure disappeared at the end of the corridor. Madeline stood alone in the large office. The smile on her face disappeared bit by bit, replaced by a coldness that was gloomy to the extreme. She walked to the desk and pressed a hidden encrypted communication button. Notify the PR department that all of Joanne's scheduled activities for today remain unchanged. Also, downgrade all surveillance levels regarding that Asian man named Shu Jae in Queens to the lowest level of passive observation. Madeline gritted her teeth, issuing the command that almost shattered her molars. Without my direct authorization, no one is to approach that neighborhood by even half a step. Meanwhile, in that high-rise apartment in Queens, the morning sunlight shone into the living room without obstruction, dispelling the chill of last night. Because of the missing piece of bulletproof glass, the wind blew in with a whistling sound, stirring the tassels on the edge of the carpet. Shu Jae was wearing a gray hoodie, sitting on a single-seat sofa. His right hand held an ice pack, gently applying it near the scab wound on his neck to relieve the muscle soreness. He placed the ice pack on the coffee table and took out his phone. Added to the funds he had accumulated previously, his current cash flow had grown to a scale sufficient to attract the attention of certain tycoons on Wall Street. A faint arc curled at the corners of Shu Jae's mouth. He knew very well that blindly defending and relying on Joanne's protection in this world, where everyone is a villain, was no different from walking a tightrope on the edge of a cliff. Once Madeline or Butcher found some way to isolate Joanne, his ordinary human body would still not escape the fate of being crushed. Hello, is this Lehman Law Firm? Shu Jae dialed an encrypted international long-distance call, his tone calm. I am the actual controller of Great Wall Capital. Yes, those shell companies scattered in the Cayman Islands that I previously entrusted you to set up can now begin operations. Shu Jae walked to the edge of the damaged balcony, looking at the bustling street below. Activate plan number 3. Through those shell accounts, in the name of retail investors and micro funds, begin absorbing the circulating shares of VOT International on the Nasdaq. Remember, the actions must be dispersed, and the daily trading volume must be kept below 1/3 of the threshold that would trigger a regulatory filing with the SEC. I want you to be like leeches, silently attaching yourselves to VOT International's capital pool. After hanging up the international long-distance call, the phone screen went dark. The covert accumulation of shares by retail investors and micro funds was just the first step. If he wanted to truly establish a check and balance against VOT International in the financial market, and even have leverage for future negotiations, those shell companies scattered in the Cayman Islands were far from enough. Shu Jae stood up and walked to the closet. He took off the somewhat student-like gray hoodie, his fingertips brushing against the itchy, scabbed wound on his neck. He changed into a well-tailored dark blue custom suit. He had ordered it half a month ago with his first batch of system funds, originally intending to use it for potential high-end occasions, never expecting it to come in handy so soon. Pulling his tie knot to the center of his collar, Shu Jae grabbed the car keys from the table and walked out of the drafty apartment. An hour later, Lower Manhattan, Wall Street. This was the beating heart of global capital. The towering glass curtain buildings sliced the sky into narrow geometric shapes, and the streets were filled with financial elites in suits and leather shoes, walking in a hurry. Shu Jae parked his car in the basement and took a private elevator directly to Sterling Partners Consulting, on the 45th floor of a grade A office building. This was a top-tier headhunting and corporate legal consulting firm with a prestigious reputation in the industry, specializing in providing one-stop services for Wall Street financial titans, ranging from corporate structure setup and offshore tax planning to the recruitment of top executives. Stepping on the thick, handmade wool carpet, Shu Jae followed the polite guidance of the young receptionist into a corner meeting room with an expansive view. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, one could clearly see the shimmering waters of the Hudson River in the distance, and further away, the Vought International Tower, which pierced the sky like a sharp sword. Opposite the walnut conference table sat a middle-aged white man with graying hair, dressed in a sophisticated British three-piece suit. Arthur Sterling, a senior partner at this consulting firm. Mr. Shu. Arthur stood up, extended his right hand across the table. I am very glad that you chose Sterling. We received the preliminary letter of intent you sent via the Swiss Trust last week. Our team has already prepared a detailed assessment regarding your plan to register a wholly owned investment company in New York. Shu Jie shook his hand, his grip steady and confident, and then sat down in the leather chair. What is the result of the assessment? Shu Jie leaned back in his chair, watching the other person with a calm gaze. After sitting down, Arthur opened the custom folder in front of him and took out a beautifully bound report. His gaze lingered subtly on Shu Jie's overly young, Asian face for half a second. Having struggled and climbed the ladder on Wall Street for 30 years, Arthur had seen all kinds of wealthy people. The young man before him, according to the documents, was merely an international student at Godolphin University. Aside from that well-textured suit, there was no flashy aura of old money families or Silicon Valley upstarts about him. As a top-tier professional intermediary, Arthur's intuition told him that the risk assessment for this business needed to be redefined. Great Wall Capital. Arthur read out the company name Shu Jie had proposed in the letter of intent, carefully choosing his words. The name is quite ambitious. According to your intentions, this company will focus on secondary market M&A, hedge fund operations, and high-risk equity leveraged trading. At the same time, you have requested that we find you a CEO with practical Nasdaq experience within a week, as well as a complete trading team. Arthur placed his hands crossed on the table, leaning forward slightly, adopting a professional, scrutinizing posture. Mr. Shu, Sterling Partners is committed to meeting all of our clients' needs. But as a responsible consulting firm, I must remind you that in the current Wall Street environment, building such a high-spec financial team requires more than just high headhunting fees and legal registration costs. The key is the assets under management. Arthur spoke at a measured pace, carrying the unique arrogance and reserve of a Wall Street elite. Those top traders and professional managers who wield power on Wall Street are extremely demanding when considering new employers. They need to see a massive and stable pool of capital. If the startup capital is insufficient to support large-scale leveraged operations, even if we offer a high base salary, it will be very difficult to poach those beasts who can truly tear meat off the market for you. As his voice faded, the meeting room fell into a brief silence. Arthur's implication was clear. Young man, finance is not child's play. In this coliseum of capital, without real money and strength, those bloodthirsty professional managers won't even glance at you. Shu Jie picked up the freshly brewed Blue Mountain coffee in front of him and took a gentle sip. The rich bitterness spread on the tip of his tongue, making his brain, which hadn't rested well last night, even clearer. Mr. Sterling's concerns are very professional. Shu Jie put down the coffee cup, took a thin tablet from the inside pocket of his suit, tapped the screen a few times, and then slid it across the smooth walnut table to Arthur. My personal asset structure is quite complex. To avoid some unnecessary tax audits, the funds are mainly dispersed in 7 offshore trust accounts in the Cayman Islands and the Virgin Islands. Shu Jie looked at Arthur, his tone flat. This is the latest asset credit certificate issued by the Union Bank of Switzerland, which has been cross-audited and encrypted by the Big Four accounting firms. Arthur looked at the tablet that had slid in front of him. For the first half-second, he still maintained the tolerant smile of an elder looking at a junior. He looked down casually, his gaze falling on the electronic document with a special anti-counterfeiting watermark on the screen. The moment his gaze focused, the smile on Arthur's face froze. His eyes, which had reviewed billions in M&A cases for years, looked as if they had seen some kind of monster that defied common sense. He straightened up abruptly, the muscles in his face visibly tense, and even his breathing rhythm faltered. The numbers were not long, and the structure was simple. But in this financial center where calculations are based on millions, the string of glaring zeros following the leading digits still possessed the physical impact to destroy any psychological defenses. 178 million. This was not an valuation report containing real estate, stock options, or intangible assets. This was a pure, unconditional proof of current cash flow. In this world, there are countless billionaires. But most of those billionaires' money is tied up in stocks, real estate, and the fixed assets of companies. People who can mobilize hundreds of millions in pure cash at any time, even those deep-rooted century-old consortia, need to convene a board of directors for complex internal liquidation when facing this scale of liquid capital. And now, this cash, enough to buy half a block of buildings in Manhattan, was quietly lying under the name of this international student who hadn't even graduated from university yet. Arthur took off his gold-rimmed glasses, took a silk handkerchief from his pocket, and wiped the fine cold sweat seeping from his temples. The previous subtle high-handedness and elder-like preaching were blown away in this moment by this violent gale of capital. He put his glasses back on, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Shu Jie had undergone a earth-shattering change. It was a complex gaze mixed with awe, wariness, and fanaticism. Apologies, Mr. Shu. Arthur's voice became low and full of respect, even using the most rigorous honorifics in his address. It is I who underestimated the strength of Great Wall Capital. This credit certificate is enough to dispel the doubts of any top manager on Wall Street. Shu Jie did not go to enjoy the change in the other party's attitude. He clasped his fingers together on the table and brought the topic directly back on track. I don't need a conventional investment team. Shu Jie's gaze passed over Arthur's shoulder, cast towards the vaguely visible Vought Tower outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. The people I want must possess the sense of smell like a hyena and the bite force like a crocodile. There is no need to talk to me about steady annual returns. What I want is for them to know how to use this money to leverage 10 times, or even 100 times, in the market. Arthur quickly put away the tablet, crossed his hands on the documents, his posture becoming extremely upright. I understand your requirements. Sterling Partners possesses the most secretive headhunting database in all of New York. Arthur's brain spun rapidly, beginning to screen for those top traders who were ruthless and had been squeezed out by traditional big firms due to their aggressive styles. One more thing. Shu Jie leaned forward slightly, his voice lowered by half, carrying an irresistible sense of oppression. Regarding the actual controller information of Great Wall Capital, absolute physical isolation must be achieved. Whether it is the newly recruited CEO or the bottom-level traders, they only need to know that the capital behind them has unlimited firing power. Shu Jie looked into Arthur's eyes. All executives hired must sign the highest-level non-compete agreements and confidentiality clauses. The flow of funds must be cleaned through at least 3 layers of offshore structures. If one day in the future, anyone finds out my name. Shu Jie paused, a coldness permeating his tone. Mr. Sterling, you might not live long enough to spend this consulting fee. A chill crept up Arthur's back. This level of confidentiality requirement, coupled with the shockingly large cash flow, made him instinctively associate this with some dark web titans walking on the edge of international law. But he was a smart businessman. He knew that in this line of work, one should never ask what shouldn't be asked. Please rest assured. Arthur nodded solemnly. Compliance and confidentiality are our bottom line for survival. Within 48 hours at the latest, a list of CEO candidates that meets all your demanding requirements will be sent to your encrypted email. The meeting ended very smoothly. The power of capital is always the most universal pass in Wall Street. Arthur personally escorted Shu Jie to the elevator, maintaining a humble posture half a step behind throughout. As the elevator doors slowly closed, they blocked the respectful gaze of the Sterling Company front desk. When he returned to his high-rise apartment in Queens, the room was filled with a faint scent of industrial silicone. The breach in the living room balcony that Joanne had smashed last night had already been repaired by an engineering team urgently dispatched by the housekeeping company. The newly installed section was a full pane of military-grade one-way bulletproof glass, 3 times the thickness of the original, yet with excellent light transmission. The afternoon sun shone through this brand new bulletproof glass, casting a clear line of light and shadow onto the carpet. Shu Jae took off his dark blue custom suit jacket, hung it casually on the coat rack in the foyer, and loosened his tie. He walked straight to the guest bedroom that he rarely used. In the past 2 days, this room of less than 20 square meters had undergone a complete renovation by an independent technical team he had hired at a high price. The curtains had been replaced with heavy material capable of anti-peeping and electromagnetic shielding, and a large black height-adjustable desk was placed in the center of the room. On the desk, three 30-inch ultra-clear monitors arranged in an arc were currently in sleep mode. The main computer case emitted a faint blue glow from its water cooling system, producing an extremely slight, low-frequency hum in the dimly lit room. Shu Jae sat down in the ergonomic black mesh chair and tapped his fingers on the keyboard a few times. The screens lit up instantly. Complex trend charts, real-time scrolling global financial news, and individual highly encrypted trading software windows quickly filled every corner of the three screens. On the left screen was an anonymous encrypted chat room routed through multiple proxies. 5 minutes ago, the temporary trader codenamed Gatekeeper, recommended by Sterling Partners Consulting, had arrived with his 4 algorithmic engineers and connected to this frequency via dark web nodes. Great Wall 01. Funding channels tested and complete. 14 offshore shell company accounts in the Cayman Islands have all been activated, and the fund splitting is complete. Great Wall 01. Boss, there are 10 minutes left before the Wall Street afternoon session opens. Target. VHT, Bot International. Please issue the final order. Shu Jae's gaze fell on the center screen. It displayed real-time market data for Bot International, VHT. As a behemoth that monopolized multiple core sectors globally, including superhero security, pharmaceuticals, and film and entertainment, Bot International's market capitalization was a breathtaking astronomical figure. The daily volume of retail shares circulating in the market was measured in the billions of dollars. Trying to cut flesh from such a behemoth, or going head-to-head, was no different than an ant trying to shake a tree. Shu Jae picked up the half glass of mineral water on the desk that had already gone cold, took a sip, and moistened his dry throat. He placed his hands on the mechanical keyboard, his fingertips feeling the cold touch of the keycaps. Without any hesitation, he typed a line of instructions. Execute. Leech. Protocol. Highest priority. Concealment above all else. Order confirmed. The green text on the black background on the screen flickered rapidly. Algorithmic slicing initiated. 1:30 p.m. The Nasdaq trading system entered its afternoon active period right on time. Shu Jae stared intently at the data waterfall on the screen representing the flow of funds. He could feel his heartbeat accelerating slightly. This wasn't the desperate fear he felt when facing the monstrous power of a superhuman, but an excitement from participating in the turning of the gears that changed the rules of the world. He knew that on this seemingly calm afternoon, his more than $100 million were turning into countless invisible data fragments, like tiny leeches, silently infiltrating Bot International's massive capital pool. These funds were not concentrated in a single account but were split by algorithms into hundreds, or even thousands, of tiny orders of tens or hundreds of dollars. They disguised themselves as a farmer in Kansas trading with their pension, a college student in Brooklyn, New York trying to make a living by day trading, and countless ordinary retail investors drifting in the market. Under the cover of Bot International's multi-million-dollar block trades, these fragmented buy orders couldn't stir up a single ripple, and wouldn't even trigger the lowest-level data alerts in Bot's risk control department. Buy, hold, silent. The numbers on the screen kept jumping. 5 million, 10 million, 30 million. As real money was poured in, the number of circulating Bot shares under Shu Jae's name was accumulating at a secretive yet steady pace. What he wanted was a dead man switch. In the capital market, when a person holds a sufficient number of chips in a company, even if that amount is only 1% or 1,000th, under specific extreme circumstances, it can become a stick of dynamite that triggers an avalanche. Shu Jae stared at the red K-line chart of Bot International on the screen, which represented prosperity and arrogance, his eyes terrifyingly deep. If one day, Madeline found a way to isolate Joanne and attempted to completely erase him, the untouchable, then, he could, at the exact same second that a major public relations crisis for Vought International, such as Translucent's disappearance or A Train's drug scandal being exposed, erupted, use these offshore accounts to dump all the Vought shares he had accumulated at the most brutal market price, crashing the stock. Combined with the fermentation of public opinion, this kind of unannounced, concentrated dumping would be enough to trigger a panic stampede in the market in an instant, causing Vought International's market value to evaporate by hundreds or even thousands of billions in a few hours. This was the chip belonging to an ordinary person. If you won't let me live, I'll cut your artery. Time passed in the boring scrolling of data. The light in the room gradually dimmed as the afternoon sun was blocked by the heavy anti-peeping curtains. In the guest bedroom, only the cold light emitted by the 3 monitors shone on Shu Jae's focused yet slightly tired face. 4 p.m. The closing bell rang on distant Wall Street. The Vought International K-line chart on the center screen stopped moving. In the encrypted chat room on the right, today's work summary popped up on time. Great Wall 01. Closing liquidation complete. Today's accumulated absorption of VHT circulating shares accounts for 4.2% of the total target. The average position building cost was controlled below the floating benchmark. The entire process did not trigger any institutional anomaly monitoring radar. Great Wall 01. Boss, we are like a school of sardines that just appeared in the Pacific, no one noticed us. Looking at this report, Shu Jae's tense back finally relaxed. He sank his body completely into the mesh chair, raised his hands, and rubbed his sore eyes and throbbing temples. Commanding this level of financial operation for the first time was no less mentally exhausting than walking under Black Noir's blade. Good job. Execute the plan again at the same time tomorrow. After typing this reply, Shu Jae directly cut the network connection and exited all encryption systems. The screens went dark, and the guest bedroom plunged into a brief dimness. Shu Jae stood up, stretched his stiff cervical spine and shoulders, pushed open the guest bedroom door, and walked back to the spacious living room. In the living room, the setting sun was like blood. The orange-red sunset glow shone through the newly installed bulletproof glass, dyeing the solid wood floor with a warm hue. Shu Jae glanced at the wall clock. 5:30 p.m. This time meant that the female Homelander, who was used to treating this place as a safe haven, could tear through the clouds at any moment, land on this balcony, and demand dinner. Shu Jae walked to the open kitchen and pulled open the double-door refrigerator. Aside from a few bottles of sparkling water and half a tomato left over from yesterday, the refrigerator was completely empty. The mastermind who had just stirred up millions of dollars in the guest bedroom sighed helplessly as he faced the empty refrigerator. No matter how thrilling the capital game was, it couldn't fill a stomach that might go on a rampage at any moment over guarding its food. He closed the refrigerator door, picked up the car keys from the counter, and turned to walk toward the foyer. Inside the Chinese supermarket in Flushing, the air was thick with a scent mixed with star anise, fresh seafood, and cheap dish soap. Shu Jae pushed his shopping cart and stopped in front of the fresh meat counter, carefully picking out a piece of brisket with even marbling, then grabbed a few smooth-skinned yellow potatoes from the vegetable section nearby. At checkout, the cashier skillfully packed the groceries into a plastic bag printed with a red lucky cat and handed it over. Walking out of the supermarket, the cold wind of early autumn evening hit his face. Meanwhile, a few kilometers away in Brooklyn, in a basement reeking of low-quality tobacco and motor oil, several old, assembled monitors were emitting a dim, eerie glow. This was Frenchie's secret safe house. The walls were covered in messy blueprints and newspaper clippings, and the workbench in the corner was piled with loose wires, unfinished detonators, and a few empty vodka bottles. Frenchie had an unlit cigarette dangling from his mouth, his grease-stained fingers typing rapidly on the keyboard. Rows of decoded radio frequency data flashed across the screen. In the shadows of the basement, a burly man was leaning against the wall. William Butcher was wearing his signature old black trench coat, his unshaven face revealing a gloomy, sinister look from years of living in the shadows. He was fiddling with a metal lighter in his hand, making a crisp, click, sound as he opened and closed it. His deep-set eyes held the cold, aggressive glint of a lone wolf in the wilderness. Interesting. Frenchie stopped typing, zoomed in on an audio frequency on the screen, and turned to look at Butcher in the corner. I've been monitoring the encrypted frequency of Bot International's damage control department. At 2:14 a.m. last night, the dispatch center sent a deployment order for an A-level cleanup squad to a high-rise apartment coordinate in Queens. The pretext was clearing uncontrollable biological residue. Butcher stopped spinning the lighter and raised his eyelids. Bot International's damage control department was specifically responsible for cleaning up the dirty messes left by the Seven. Deploying an A-level squad meant the severity of the situation had already exceeded the scope of ordinary public relations. Whose mess are they cleaning up? Butcher's voice was low and hoarse, carrying a thick British accent. That's the weirdest part. Frenchie's fingers slid across the trackpad, pulling up another intercepted command file. Less than 3 minutes after the A-level squad set out, the order was forcibly rescinded with highest-level authorization. The person who authorized it was Madeline Stillwell. Bot International's vice president didn't sleep in the middle of the night, personally calling off a routine cleanup mission and ordering them back overnight. Butcher walked to the workbench, pressed both hands on the dusty table, and stared fixedly at the screen. Capitalists never do business at a loss. The only explanation for Madeline stepping in personally to hit the brakes is that the consequences of cleaning up that target were something even Bot International couldn't afford. Pull up the surrounding data for that coordinate. Butcher gritted his teeth, like a shark that had caught the scent of blood. Let's see who exactly was having a party in that building last night. Frenchie nodded, his 10 fingers flying again. He hacked into all the traffic cameras and municipal weather monitoring systems near that block. A few minutes later, several sharpened screenshots and a data waveform chart were displayed side by side on the screen. Look at this. Frenchie pointed to the Weather Bureau's micro waveform chart. At 2:17 a.m. last night, a high-altitude sonic boom occurred over Manhattan, with a trajectory pointing directly to that apartment coordinate. This kind of movement speed and kinetic reaction. Who else could it be but that crazy woman draped in the flag? Butcher provided the answer for him, a cruel sneer curling the corners of his mouth. Frenchie opened the next traffic camera screenshot. It was a blurry image captured by a hidden camera located in the alley behind the apartment. In the image, a massive black figure was stumbling forward, leaning against the wall. There were obvious dents and cracks on the chest of that specially made polymer battle suit, and the gait revealed an extremely painful slowness. Black noir. Butcher's pupils contracted violently. As the most assassin-like silent killer in the Seven, Black Noir was usually the highest combat power Bot International used to execute assassination missions. But now, this cold-blooded machine had not only failed its mission but was also running away with broken bones like a stray dog. Black Noir went to assassinate, Joanne arrived with a sonic boom to rescue, and Madeline, fearing the consequences, called off the cleanup squad. All the clues quickly pieced together in his brain, finally converging into a specific address. His gaze was locked tightly on the red dot representing the coordinate on the screen. That high-rise apartment in Queens, that familiar door number. In Butcher's mind, that night from half a month ago flashed instantly. He had pried open that security door under the guise of being a community patrol officer, intending to follow the scent to investigate the traces of female Homelander. What greeted him was a 20-year-old Asian youth with a terrifyingly calm gaze, and a Glock pistol pointed steadily at the center of his forehead. Butcher let out a low, gravelly laugh, his chest heaving violently. He finally understood. The strong scent he had smelled in the apartment that night was no coincidence at all. That ordinary college student who dared to point a gun at his head was no unlucky guy caught up in an accident. Did you find anything? Frenchie asked, puzzled as he watched Butcher's near-manic expression. No need to check anymore, I know who that godlike figure is. Butcher straightened his back, took a crushed cigarette pack out of his pocket, and pulled one out to bite between his lips. I've been there before. A very smart Asian kid. Not only was he not afraid of me, he dared to point a gun at me. Butcher lit the cigarette with his lighter, took a deep drag, and exhaled a thick cloud of blue smoke. Frenchie, you don't understand those monsters up there. They seem invincible, but their extreme arrogance is often accompanied by some sort of twisted spiritual void. The one who can make a bloodthirsty beast listen obediently, even going so far as to cripple Vought's own people for him. Butcher tapped the screen with the fingers holding the cigarette. Is only the leash tied around her neck. A plan, bold to the point of insanity, quickly took shape in Butcher's mind. The boys had always struggled with being unable to confront the Seven head-on. They lacked the leverage to land a fatal blow. And now, this leverage had jumped out on its own. A piece of fat meat, without any superpower protection but capable of pulling the nerves of Vought's number one asset, was just laid out there, defenseless, on the streets of New York. Get the car ready. Butcher threw the remaining half of the cigarette on the ground and crushed it fiercely with the sole of his leather shoe. I'm going to go meet this old friend. Let's see what this little animal tamer is really made of, and if he's worthy of holding this blade that can pierce Vought's heart. The scene cuts back to the streets of Queens. Shu Jae parked the car in the basement, carrying the plastic bag full of ingredients, and walked along the underground passage toward the street entrance on the first floor of the apartment building. On the evening streetlights lit up one after another, stretching the shadows of pedestrians into a dim, blurry haze. Black Noir's high-carbon steel dagger pressed against his throat last night had left a deep imprint on Shu Jae's nerves. Although his body was relaxed, his mental alertness was at an unprecedented peak. In this corner of the world without superpowers, any slight abnormality could be a fatal clue. A cold wind mixed with car exhaust blew across the street corner. Shu Jae was about to walk past a hardware store that had already closed. The store's bulletproof glass window was like a dark mirror, reflecting the scene across the street. Across the street, in the shadows where the streetlights couldn't reach, an inconspicuous black used Chevrolet SUV was parked. The windows had very dark privacy film, the license plate was covered in mud, and it was camouflaged very well. The car wasn't turned off, the exhaust pipe was emitting an extremely faint vibration. Through the reflection on the glass, Shu Jae vaguely saw the blurry outline in the driver's seat. It was a burly man, holding a dim, flickering scarlet cigarette butt in his hand. Butcher. That lone wolf who had lost his sanity, that madman who would use anyone as leverage for revenge. Shu Jae's fingers holding the plastic bag tightened slightly. He knew very well that Butcher would absolutely not appear here for no reason. The commotion caused by Black Noir's infiltration last night had ultimately attracted the attention of the underground world. That vengeful leader of the boys had definitely caught the scent of blood and connected Black Noir's serious injury with Joanne's rampage. Now, in Butcher's eyes, he was definitely no longer the ordinary college student who held a Glock for self-defense, but an ultimate nuclear weapon capable of threatening and controlling female Homelander. Shu Jae maintained his posture of looking straight ahead, his eyes calm. He was just like an ordinary person who hadn't noticed the danger at all, steadily carrying the brisket and potatoes in his hands, and walked past that intersection unhurriedly under the gaze of Butcher, who was trying to skin him alive. The automatic glass door slid open to both sides. Shu Jae walked into the bright lobby of the apartment building. As the glass door slowly closed behind him, completely cutting off that prying gaze from across the street, Shu Jae's tense shoulders finally slumped slightly. Vought International's top brass had just retreated behind the scenes, and the scavengers in the sewers were already impatient to get to the table. The malice of this world would never give anyone a chance to breathe. Ding! The elevator arrived at the first floor, and the metal door opened smoothly. Shu Jae walked in and pressed the floor button. Looking at the reflection on the elevator door, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold, emotionless arc. The security door emitted a dull thud as it closed, shutting out the sensor lights from the hallway. Shu Jae double-locked the door, placed the grocery store plastic bag on the entryway cabinet, and changed into his slippers. The main lights in the apartment were off, only the brilliant neon halo of the Manhattan night refracted through the newly installed one-way bulletproof glass, casting a mottled, cool-toned layer over the carpet. He walked into the kitchen and turned on the warm spotlights above the island. He poured the beef brisket into the sink and turned on the faucet. The cold tap water rinsed over the bright red meat. The sound of flowing water echoed in the empty apartment, gradually washing away the lingering tension in Shu Jae's mind. He peeled the potatoes and cut them into uniform, bite-sized chunks. He sliced the ginger and prepared the star anise and cinnamon sticks. He heated the pot and added cold oil. The rock sugar gradually melted and bubbled at the bottom of the pot. He added the blanched beef brisket, and as he stir-fried, it emitted a pleasant sizzle, while the aroma of fat mixed with caramelized sugar instantly rose up. He covered the stew pot with its glass lid and turned the stove flame down to a faint blue. Shu Jie wiped his hands dry and walked over to the wine cabinet in the living room. He had purchased this a few days ago using the spare change from the system's rewards, and it held a few bottles of decent vintage red wine. He pulled out a decanter, poured a small amount into it, and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window holding a stemmed glass. The night was deep, and the hustle and bustle of the street traffic was completely blocked by the thick, bulletproof glass. He gently swirled the glass, the deep red liquid leaving rich streaks along the glass walls. His gaze pierced through this specially made barrier, looking down at the city roads that stretched out like veins below. Shu Jie took a sip of the red wine, the slightly astringent tannins dissolved on the tip of his tongue. In this world of the boys where everyone was a villain, the lives of ordinary people were cheaper than the rats in the sewers. But at this moment, standing in this apartment that used to be drafty but was now being repaired bit by him, he looked at his own reflection in the glass window, and the sense of powerlessness he felt when first facing Black Noir's blade was gone from his eyes. The shell accounts of Great Wall Capital were absorbing chips in the stock market, with $170 million in ammunition ready at any moment. As long as VOT International was hit with any scandal, he could trigger a tsunami in the financial markets. And the entry of the boys, while bringing uncontrollable danger, also meant that he had the opportunity to use their strength against others. A low-frequency vibration came from the night sky outside the window. Shu Jie didn't turn around, he just calmly placed the stemmed glass on the coffee table beside him. A few seconds later, a faint sound of air pressure dropping came from outside the balcony. The newly installed bulletproof glass had excellent soundproofing, but Shu Jie could still see that tall figure outside the glass. Joanne was wearing that dazzling stars and stripes suit, her long golden hair slightly disheveled by the high-altitude air currents. She hovered silently outside the balcony, her azure eyes gazing through the one-way glass at Shu Jie standing in the living room. There was no trace of the arrogance she usually showed the public in those eyes, there was only a hint of unconcealable exhaustion and a childlike yearning to return to a nest. Shu Jie walked forward and unlocked the balcony's sliding door. The moment the door opened, the cold wind of the early autumn night rushed into the room, accompanied by the cold air clinging to Joanne. This new glass can't block my vision. Joanne walked into the living room, stepping in her knee-high red combat boots. She glanced at the thick new glass, but at least it can block the dirty smell of those rats outside. Its main purpose is to block the wind, so I don't get a headache from the draft every time I cook in the kitchen. Shu Jie closed the sliding door, completely shutting out the chill from outside. He turned to look at Joanne. At the edge of his retina, the silent, deep blue panel appeared without a sound. Perfect empathy radar activated. Targets current emotions. Deep exhaustion, social aversion, craving for security. Mental defense state. Completely lowered. What boring schedule did Madeline arrange for you today? Shu Jie walked to the kitchen and lifted the lid of the stew pot. A rich, meaty aroma wafted out along with white steam. Go wash your hands, the potato and beef brisket will be ready soon. Joanne took off the cape with the VOT International logo and tossed it onto the sofa. High-intensity patrols and meetings were not enough to drain the superwoman's stamina. What truly made her feel exhausted were those eyes of Madeline, seemingly gentle but actually filled with probing and calculation. The entire VOT tower was like a giant plastic stage, with everyone reciting hypocritical lines. Only by sitting in this shabby apartment filled with the aroma of meat did she feel like a living person, rather than a packaged commodity. After washing her hands, Joanne walked barefoot to the island, pulled out a bar stool, and sat down. Shu Jie brought 2 steaming plates of rice and a large bowl of tender, stewed potato and beef brisket to the table, and handed her a pair of chopsticks. She didn't mention last night today. Joanne held the chopsticks clumsily, poked a piece of potato soaked in broth, stuffed it into her mouth, and said indistinctly, "She acted as if nothing had happened and even praised me in front of the media for my image maintenance being perfect recently. Just the basic cultivation of a capitalist." Shu Jay ladled a bowl of soup for himself, his tone flat. "As long as you don't flip the table yourself, she won't touch the detonator that could cause an explosion. She is more afraid of breaking the balance than you are right now." Joanne stopped her chopsticks and looked up at Shu Jay. The man who had originally seemed as fragile as an ant in her eyes was now eating his meal in a measured, unhurried manner. The scratch on his neck from last night had already scabbed over, but the calmness that radiated from his bones gave her an inexplicable sense of peace. What if she sends someone else? Joanne's eyes dimmed slightly, and a faint blue glimmer flashed deep in her pupils. This glass can't stop Black Noir's blade. She won't. Shu Jay put down his bowl, pulled out a tissue to wipe the corner of his mouth, and met her gaze. Vought International is a company that cares about costs and benefits. Before assessing my danger level, she won't make such thankless probes again. Besides, Shu Jay paused and glanced at the night sky outside, which remained deep and dark. She isn't the only one eyeing this piece of meat now. With multiple parties keeping each other in check, this place has actually become the safest eye of the storm in New York City. Joanne didn't quite understand these convoluted power struggles, or rather, she simply couldn't be bothered to understand. In her logic, whoever dared to approach this place would be burned to ashes by her. It was that simple. Dinner ended in a strange silence. Shu Jay cleaned up the dishes and put them in the dishwasher. When he wiped his hands dry, picked up the unfinished glass of red wine again, and walked back to the floor-to-ceiling window, Joanne, who had been sitting on the bar stool, had appeared behind him at some point. She wasn't wearing her cape, and the suit clung tightly to her slender, powerful physique. Just as Shu Jay was about to tease her for being unusually quiet tonight, he felt a warm sensation on his back. Joanne reached out from behind and wrapped her arms around Shu Jay's waist. She rested her chin gently on his shoulder, her long golden hair falling across his collarbone, carrying the distinct scent of shampoo and a hint of the crispness of high-altitude clouds. This embrace carried no aggression, nor did it trigger the passive protection of steel body. "I don't want to go back today." Joanne's voice sounded right in Shu Jay's ear, as light as a sigh. "That bed is too soft, and there's the sound of faint electric currents from surveillance cameras everywhere. It gives me a headache." She tightened her arms, pressed her cheek against the side of Shu Jay's neck, and felt the steady pulse of the carotid artery beneath his warm skin. "It's much quieter here." Shu Jay's hand, holding the wine glass, paused in midair. He could feel the stunning curves and body heat from behind, and he could also feel that this girl, who possessed the power to destroy the world, was, at this moment, entrusting her most vulnerable side to him without reservation. Shu Jay tilted his head back and downed the remaining red wine in his glass. "The guest bedroom's mattress is very hard, and I haven't changed the sheets." Shu Jay put down the wine glass and placed his left hand over the back of Joanne's hand, which was wrapped around his waist, patting it gently. "I'm sleeping in the master bedroom." Joanne's tone was matter of fact, even carrying a hint of domineering refusal to be denied. "That's my bed. It's ours now. You're responsible for providing your heartbeat as a sleeping pill, and I'm responsible for ensuring you don't have your throat slit by some rat crawling out of who knows where in the middle of the night." "That's fair." Joanne let go, brushed past Shu Jay without hesitation, and walked straight toward the master bedroom. When she reached the door, she stopped, turned her head, and a hint of triumphant amusement appeared in her azure eyes. "Besides, your sheets have that very nice smell of laundry detergent." The door to the master bedroom was gently closed. Shu Jay stood in the empty living room, looking at the closed door, and rubbed his brow with some helplessness. After washing up, he pushed open the door to the master bedroom. The superwoman, who was capable of making the whole world tremble, was sprawled across most of the bed with zero regard for her image, clutching the pillow that belonged to Shu Jay tightly in her arms like a koala protecting its food, her sleeping face serene. Shu Jay lay down on the other side of the bed, moving lightly. Before he could pull up the quilt, a warm body, driven by instinct, wrapped around him like an octopus. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.